Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It's the same place, but different time, so I see some people are missing. Maybe they're still digesting dinner from yesterday, but that's okay. As I said, this is our second day of conference, also our last day, so I hope you really enjoyed your time here, especially those who are here for the first time. You have the nice weather, which is usually not the case, but we hope it will be the same when you come back. So first thing on our agenda today is one lecture or keynote speech, let's say. Yesterday we already heard something about the program My Place Under the Sun. Bojana told us something about that, but today we will go into details. So please welcome our first speaker today, Zoran Grozdanov from the Center for the Culture of Dialogue, who will tell us something more about NGOs and public institutions fighting child poverty and also the program that is going on here. Zoran, the floor is yours.
Good morning, thank you. Although I'm coming from academia, I'm the professor of Protestant theology at the University in Zagreb. I will speak here today not as a member of academia, but as someone who belongs to this organization from its start and is among many people who is supporting this program and helping making it happen. The title of my lecture will be Charity versus Justice, NGOs and Public Universities, which I will focus on the relationship between My Place and Under the Sun and the University in Rijeka. I will tell you something more about why this place exists. Is it a matter of justice or charity to work with the kids, and what's the role of the public university? So, first of all, I would like to welcome you here at My Place Under the Sun venue. You have been here all day yesterday and walk around this place. So I'm emphasizing here this place, since it is a perfect example of the collaboration of the NGOs and public university, namely University in Rijeka. In this lecture, I'm not going to give you theoretical foundation of the title itself, Charity versus Justice. It is the job of social philosophers, sociologists, and I'm just a poor theologian. However, in this lecture, I will give you some glimpses of why My Place Under the Sun, what My Place Under the Sun is doing, how that relates to the humanitarian versus social justice difference, and especially I will emphasize how public university is supporting this program. So let us start from the chronological beginning. At 2015, the group of enthusiasts that were among the members of our organization, along with the people from the so-called social self-service in Rijeka. Social self-service is an organization that gives donated food to the people in need. Gathered to see how they can help those people that come to such organizations as social services for their basic measure of groceries, bread, flour, milk, etc. These people live on the edge of society and are so much in need that their only way to feed themselves was to go to get donated food from the malls, from the food producers, and so on. Our wish was not only to give them food, but to see what can be done for them to exit the vicious cycle of poverty and social dependence on the charity of the food producers, big malls, etc. People come to such social self-services for food, and people who are volunteering in such social self-services spend their time to get donations of food. So the idea came to us that we should remove the burden from the volunteers, not to spend all their time to talk with these clients of social self-service, to get out of this circle of poverty. So we have started a huge national campaign in 2015 to remove VAT taxes for food donation. In short, up to that year, if some food producers, malls, shops, wanted to donate food to the charities, they had to pay 25% of taxes to the state. So virtually no one donated food. That year we went really loud through national television, lobbying with the government, etc. And we have started the campaign that there should be no VAT on food donations. To make long story short, by the end of that year, the government removed VAT on food donations. The expected result, people from social self-service, for instance, in the ECA, will not waste so much time in asking donations, but the donations will flow more easily. As a result, volunteers will be able to spend more time with the people who come there for food and see what actually can be done to help them to exit the circle of poverty. And there came my place under the sun. The decision was made that we won't work with the mature people who come there for food, but with their children, to give them skills, support, knowledge. When they come to the mature age, they don't have to repeat the lives of their parents. And my place under the sun was formed. First children that came to my place under the sun were the children of the people who come to the charity to pick up some food. Enthusiasts from my place under the sun sat in the charity, interviewing parents and asked them whether they have primary school kids, since they are starting a program to give the support for the children. And they have managed to gather 27 kids, with which they have worked in tiny small offices in the center of the town. My place under the sun chose a slogan, which is here in Croatian. I apologize for that. It means for the childhood of equal opportunities. And it started in 2015 as a program of the group of enthusiasts who realized that there's a bunch of kids in this city who live under the threshold of poverty. As for children that live on the edge of society, nothing new, you would say. Since we all know that there is a certain amount of people in every city that don't catch up with economic and social standards of the society. And also we have many organizations in every city that help these people, from the centers for social care as a public institutions, to the so-called social services, as I mentioned, places where people below the threshold of poverty can get donated food, all the way up to church organizations such as Caritas, etc. However, these enthusiasts, out of which two of them are now working here, realize that there is much more than helping the poor in their immediate needs. They have realized that among children of socially deprived parents, there exists a structural problem. And that structural problem cannot be solved with charity institutions or immediate help. However, such help is very important. It's not working. Okay. The structural problem can be described in the following terms. The children who live under the threshold of poverty don't have access to many activities and services that are crucial for their development, socialization and enabling the capabilities and talents that are within them. And that is just because they are poor. In other words, as two sociologists from the Faculty of Law in Zagreb, in their research from 2022, Tatjana Dragicevic and Olja Družić-Ljubotina, in the article under the title, The Poverty of Children, Consequences and Protective Factors, claim, this is a long quote, children who grow up in conditions of poverty are more exposed to mental illnesses and are twice as likely to be exposed to stress. Shame and the feeling that they are not like other peers are often the main causes of stress, which is in line with the family stress model. This model implies the economic difficulties that create economic pressure, stress that impairs the mental health of parents, depression, irritability, frustration, etc., and increases conflicts between parents and children. In addition to the above, poverty is also characterized by the poor health care and difficult access to health services, which further endangers the health of people living in poverty. Cognitive and educational consequences are manifested in reduced verbal and mathematical competence, problems with learning school materials, and difficulties in mastering reading and writing. Children who grow up in poverty often have poor school performance, less often finish high school, and higher education is especially unavailable to them. Also, some studies have shown that children and young people with lower financial status have lower educational aspirations. The educational and cognitive development of poor children is threatened because they grow up in a less intellectually stimulating environment. They lack educational materials and toys, and they don't have access to the early education services or access to cultural or recreational content. Namely, more than 2/3 of poor preschool children in Croatia don't have access to a library, a bibliobus with children's books and toys, a cinema, theater, museum, or any other space where exhibitions are intended for children, and within their home they have less than 10 books. Many poor children do not have the opportunities to go to free activities, to a foreign language school, or on trips. Poor children consider themselves different and inferior to other children because they feel sadness and shame and fear marginalization, stigma, and violence. Due to the impossibility of fulfillment their desires, children feel sadness and frustration due to the conflict that arises between trying to help their parents and the need to satisfy their desires. When it comes to the psychological consequences of children, or in general, people living in conditions in poverty, they are reflected in low esteem, feeling of helplessness, anger, depression, anxiety, and boredom. Okay, let's go to the exact numbers. Derived from the research that was done in Rijeka under the heading of Paul Stubbs from the Institute of Economics in Zagreb and Gordana Šimunković from the Faculty of Medicine in Rijeka in 2022 under the title The Challenge of Poverty and Social Exclusion in Rijeka. The research was done with focus groups with the people who received so-called secured minimal amount of money from the state and social help from the city of Rijeka. That means with the people who are at the bottom of our society. The data shows slightly more than quarter of the participants of the total sample estimated that the children's health deteriorated due to the housing situation. And 13% estimated that there has been a significant deterioration. And 16% of them that there has been slight deterioration. Average monthly income per household member in total included amounts to 85 euros. 31 participants in the total sample say that their child was abused due to the social context in which they live. Among the users of secured minimal amount, the share of those who state that 40% said that their child was abused. Due to the lack of funds, 25% of the household went to the bed hungry in the last year. In the last 12 months, 50% of the covered households of the total samples were late paying bills or similar obligations for more than 3 months because they didn't have enough money.
I'm sorry, these are data for Rijeka?
For Rijeka. This was for Rijeka, yeah. There was a research 2 years ago which was in Croatia, the first research that was focused on the urban poverty in the particular city. Yeah.
The population of Rijeka is?
110,000 people. Yeah, and economically quite well in comparing to other parts of Croatia. So you have Zagreb, which is the richest, and Istria and Rijeka, which have a high standard. When asked if they feel that they belong to the society in which they live, and this is quite devastating, from 30 to 35% of the participants in the research state that they often feel that they don't belong to this society, or they feel socially unaccepted and excluded. Bad numbers, you would say, and that is the reality of the people whose children are attending My Place Under the Sun. Also, the researchers show that the children of the people that live in such conditions, 90% of the children will repeat the lives of their parents. The reason for this perpetual poverty that is handed over from generation to generation can be summed up in the following way. First, material poverty brings with it lack of social security, which means that it brings poor health and feeling of social exclusion, as we saw. Second, material poverty significantly reduces the social capital of the children. In short, those kids hang out only with kids of the same social class, which means that they don't have any idea that they can become more than their social class, or more than social cases as they are, or at best, low-paid workers. One example, I'm a university professor, as most of you are also. My kids see that their parent goes abroad on the conferences. Social world of their parent is inhabited with mostly professionally satisfied people who have a good social status. Unvisible consequence of that, and later visible, my kids live in the world where they think that my kids live in the world where they see that the doctors, professors, etc., are normal people, and that such status is not unattainable. They see it and they are part of it. On the other hand, if your parent is low-paid, dissatisfied worker in the warehouse, most likely the parent will have his or her social world inhabited with warehouse or unemployed people. Those who are educated, satisfied, fulfilled belong to the different world that is not attainable to me. Third, material poverty brings lack of cultural capital. The parents under the brink of poverty don't have habits or luxury to attend cultural events, libraries, reading books, all of which strengthens children's imagination and imagination of the different worlds that they can inhabit. Fourth, material poverty brings with it poor success in the school. Although this is a very wide topic, I would like to summarize it like this. They don't have money to pay extra classes, instructions, to get better grades. Also, they don't have parents who have knowledge of the school subjects to help their kids to learn the school material. All in all, material poverty distracts social mobility and puts kids in the situation in which they are stuck in their social class. As you saw in the previous paragraphs, the biggest problem is feeling of shame and the lack of self-confidence among kids that stems from their social status. So the crucial question of our topic of the lecture is this fair? Is it fair that the kids don't succeed in life because they live in the context they didn't want, didn't cause, and literally cannot change? And is it fair on the part of society, local and national governments, to hand over the task of protecting these families and kids to the charities, who can at best give them food and some money so they don't starve? Although My Place Under the Sun is not a religious institution of any kind, as a volunteer here and as a theologian, I will give here my 5 theological cents in this discussion. Theological tradition in the second part of the 20th century recognized something that was revived with the present Pope Francis, and it goes under the heading preferential option for the poor. This concept comes from Latin America and their theology of liberation. In short, they have claimed that society must not help the poor in charitable way, treating them as a passive objects of our charity and mercy, but treat them as subjects of the society. In other words, society must be judged from the perspective of the poor, marginalized and excluded. These latter ones are not the objects of our care, but the subjects of our imagining and structuring the society. And these are the ones who are telling us where is the focus of our society, education, culture, etc. For all, or just for those chosen ones who can afford these goods? I'm bad with slides, so sorry. My place under the sun recognized this deep structural injustice, and they work to strengthen the kids' self-confidence, give them help in school instructions, organize for them cultural events, take them to the theater, libraries, give them psychological help, and if it is needed, financial help. However, they cannot do it alone. They currently continuously work with 60 kids, aged 6 to 18, and 32 families, mostly single-parent families, single-mother families. And they have only 5 employees to handle all of that. I would dare to say that one of the institutions and organizations that did most to help the mission of the My Place Under the Sun was University in Rijeka. Current Madame Rector and her staff recognized this deep structural injustice that is crushed on these kids and decided to help the program. The following is the story how they did it. And this is a story that I'm sure can be applied to various contexts and various public universities. The cooperation started at 2020, when My Place Under the Sun realized that they don't have enough space for their work. They have worked in 70 square meters with 48 kids in the center of the town, owning nothing but offices without kitchen, with bed toilets, etc. So the My Place Under the Sun applied for European Solidarity Forces Fund, and that is €7,000 fund, which focuses on targeting young experts to solve some social problems in their local contexts. The My Place Under the Sun applied for European Solidarity Forces, and they gained €7,000 to gather 5 young architects and designers to map all of the private and public venues in the city of Rijeka, searching for the best venue that would fulfill the needs of My Place Under the Sun. After a few months, they realized that this venue in which you are sitting exists. After the research, they also realized that this venue belongs to the university in Rijeka. They have approached the Madame Rector, said why and what they're looking for. She did her investigation and realized that this venue was empty for 10 years, without any clear project or vision what to do with it. So, with the members of the Senate of the University in Rijeka, they decided to hand over this venue to My Place Under the Sun, with one small provision. We have to, My Place Under the Sun, collect money for its renovation and adaptation. As you can see in the photos, interiors of this venue, let's see, oops, no, I have to skip it. Sorry. This was how it looked like when we entered that. Where is, sorry. Interiors of this venue was a hardcore socialistic interior, completely unsuitable for the program. We all knew that, Madame Rector knew that, and the Senate decided that My Place Under the Sun won't pay rent if My Place Under the Sun collects the money for its renovation and adaptation. So, My Place, no, I have to go back. Okay, sorry, it's a mess. Okay, so the young architects started their work to design the interior, included My Place Under the Sun kids to see what kind of the venue they want to have. And when they finished their design job, My Place Under the Sun had to collect €300,000 for this renovation and adaptation. To make long story short, we led a national fundraising campaign, and after 18 months, we have collected the money and adapted this venue. So we had a huge social media campaigns where people, public figures, regular people, kindergartens, and so on, were making photos of themselves with bank account numbers and so on. Speaking about social justice versus charity, the architects did one more thing. They have decided that this venue will be a venue that has a kind of luxury, since the venues for the social program everywhere in Croatia were built of the cheap materials, lousy furniture, donated furniture, because the venue for socially deprived people don't have to be more than that. But architects thought differently. Let us make a venue for these kids that will be different from their everyday setting. So they can see that this kind of venue with good materials, nice furniture, fully equipped is their home. They are part of something that can serve as the venue for the middle class. This venue was nominated for the prestigious EU Award in Contemporary Architecture, Mies van der Rohe, in 2023. Currently, we are in a campaign. Sorry. Oops. We are in a campaign that is called 5 by 5 and Let's Change the World. In Croatia, it sounds much better, where we invite people to give €5 per month to support this program. This is one of the most famous Croatian public figures that for the past 15 years nowhere appeared in the public sphere, and she decided to help us. It's Janica Kostelić, one of the best skiers ever. The University in Rijeka was a partner in the campaign. They have alarmed all of their business partners to donate, and they did. After the campaign ended, the university started to fulfill their role, mission and vision, which the Madame Rector stated, to be an open university towards community, to use the institutional power and status to bring knowledge as a powerful tool to combat social injustice. First of all, the university and the Faculty of Education decided that My Place Under the Sun will be the expert base of the Faculty of Education, which means that their students will volunteer in the My Place Under the Sun, and the new projects will be applied, which will analyze social exclusion in relation to knowledge and education. Also, as you saw at the beginning, our kids have huge problem with hunger. That means inability to have warm meal during the day. So the university is bringing everyday meals from their mensa. Also, the University in Rijeka organized a panel with leading Croatian companies on socially responsible businesses, with the direct aim to help My Place Under the Sun program. My Place Under the Sun is strongly dependent on knowledge and education. For that reason, we have ordered a research that will see what is the situation of the socially deprived kids in the city of Rijeka, led by Paul Stubbs and Gordana Šimonković, as I mentioned already. Since we strongly believe that data, analysis, and clear strategies based on the knowledge can lead to social mobility of these kids. This research was handed over to the councillors in Rijeka Council, City Council, and they have decided that they will follow the recommendations from the research and open the budget line for the social mentorship program. Also, University in Rijeka formed a center for the investigation of the childhood, which will be a kind of hub for research and a knowledge-based action which will serve us, also us, to see what are the data and what are the strategies to combat the poverty of kids. We believe that education in the broadest sense, school education, social education, cultural education, sport education, can widen the horizons of the kids' imagination and open the space for their possibilities. At the end, to just give you one example. One kid, a girl, when asked at the beginning of her attending My Place Under the Sun, she was asked what she wants to be when she grow up. And she said, I want to be cashier at the mall or warehouse worker. All of the jobs that are low paid, the jobs that she sees with her social setting. After a few years in this program, she said, I want to be a lawyer or a doctor. With this, I don't want to point out that some jobs are worthy, others are not. I just want to say that the prospects of their future heavily depend on their social setting. With My Place Under the Sun, she started to cross the line of her social setting and showed some traces of social mobility. So, charity or justice regarding children's poverty. If we look at the society from the perspective of those marginalized kids, we see that huge injustice is made to them and that we need to change the society's approach and the institutions to give what these kids need. Since justice is not giving to someone his or her due, but to give these kids what they need. If we take a look from the perspective of the affluent society that measures success according to developing of one's own talents, and I have to tell you that developing of one's own talents heavily depends on the social and cultural milieu in which the kids are growing up, then charity is a good word to describe how we should approach the kids that don't have what they need for a successful thriving. But charity is a key word for grace and mercy, for being good and giving one's own time and energy to those who are deprived. Can good life of a kid depend on the individual or corporate goodness, grace and mercy? Our vision is justice, and that is the vision and mission of My Place Under the Sun. And also I believe, and I know that is the vision and mission of the university. At the end, see what our kids and their parents and the Madame Rector thinks about the role that My Place Under the Sun have in their lives. In these 7 years, these are quotes from the participants in the research, and they were asked also what the role of My Place Under the Sun is in their lives. In these 7 years, I can say that they have lifted our children a lot. They push children into many activities. And what no other organization does, they include us parents. We have a place in that we can come and tell what is bothering us. Sometimes they also help us financially. I just want to say I don't know whether there is an organization like My Place Under the Sun. End of quote. This is a quotation from a kid. Well, I have always been somehow a victim of someone's violence since I was in elementary school. Basically, they would always make fun of me. They did it always. I experienced lots of stuff. And when I joined My Place Under the Sun, I realized that I had some support and I somehow started to do better in school. I started, let's say, not paying attention to them. Also, we have received family support, love, understanding that we are not alone, that we belong to society no matter what. This program means a lot to me and my family. As a parent, it gives me strength and support, and they see in my children what I cannot see. They lead us on the right path so that we don't give up. Also, the child is more satisfied because he has someone to hang out with, feels safer and believes in himself that he can do some things. And also, I can say that my daughter has found her place under the sun here. So, at the end of this lecture, I just want to say that the role of the public university is giving, regarding NGO, is giving something that NGOs cannot do by themselves, because NGOs can work, can act, can help, but they don't have the strength for data. They don't have that knowledge how to make the lives of the kids better, how to approach them, and so on. And the University Rijeka is basically went up into that space and giving the tools and the knowledge and the volunteers and funds of the business partners and so on to make this work. And at the end, we have a very nice statement from our rector. which says that university follows and firmly stands behind what My Place Under the Sun is doing. We admire them, and I truly believe that everyone in this society, especially we as an institution, must ensure that every child has the same opportunities to realize his life experiment. My Place Under the Sun is a unique program in this region and in Croatia. Thank you for listening to this lecture.
Thank you, Zoran, for this presentation. It's obvious how much you're invested in the program, and it's also clear to us now how much the kids coming here value your support and your help. So thank you, and thank to all the people working here. If you have any questions for Zoran, now is the time.
Thank you. Well, thank you for this thorough presentation that at least made me understand there's a problem. Now, to what extent this reflects what might be happening in other states around the Croatia?
Mm-hmm.
And this is one experiment you did, you are doing, and you're doing very well, in Rijeka. But is this representative of the entire Croatian population regarding poverty?
You think
especially
kids
in children?
who are coming here, are they representative for all of the Croatia, or the program is representative?
No, the problem. Is the poverty problem you described
Yes.
so vividly representative of what's been going on around Croatia?
Yeah, I think even worse, because as I said, Rijeka has a good standard. So basically, and Rijeka, the city of Rijeka has a very, I would say very good, but very wealthy social program. But the problem with that social program, so they say that the city of Rijeka says that they give the most money for the social programs in the state, but the problem is that it's not targeted. They just give it, okay, for the various institutions or various individuals, but basically they don't, when I ask them in the city of Rijeka whether they know the results of the money that they're giving to the socially deprived people, they don't have it. So they don't have the analysis not where this money goes, but what is the effect of that money. So basically the effect of that money is that people can pay their bills, maybe they can buy some food, and that is it. But the problem with that is in Croatia, the estimations are that 25% of people are on the, how do you say that, on the edge of poverty, 25%. But that means basically that
Of entire Croatia.
Of entire population. But that numbers are basically for those people like myself, for instance. I have a credit, I have some loans and so on. If I lose a job, I will be socially deprived, okay? So 25% of people are socially on the edge, but the kids that are coming here are below that edge. So there are people with the parents who are or transgenerationally unemployed or long-term unemployed. So the number of these kids in Rijeka is around 500. And Rijeka has a good standard. So I believe that the numbers for entire Croatia are even worse. And we have organizations that are helping the kids or parents, but most of them are charities, like Caritas. You come, pick some food or clothes and so, and that's it. But the continuous systematic work to exit, to enable those kids to exit the transgenerational poverty, as I know, don't exist in Croatia.
And what's the unemployment number? Rate?
Now it's in Rijeka, I don't know, but in Croatia it's quite low because many people left Croatia, so many people entered the Croatia. So I think it's like 7 or 8%, something like that.
So if I'm not an expert, and I'm trying to understand the problem. Mm-hmm. So if the unemployment rate is rather low,
okay.
the problem of poverty apparently reflects low salaries.
Low salaries. We have many families here, for instance, that are employed, okay? they have like 600 euros per month. When they pay rent, okay? When they have, they pay utilities. When they paid maybe some loans that they have, they are left with 100 euros per month for food and everything. So basically, the investigation, the research that food, okay, and that means that they don't have money for any activities of the kids. And if you want to go to dance class, to sport class, you have to pay it. And these all activities are very important for children growing up and raising up, because they connect, in those activities, they connect to the people, to the other kids who don't belong to their social class. Okay? And you have some kind of social mobility or consciousness of the social mobility of these kids. If they don't go anywhere besides school, where they can meet kids or hang out with kids who are not members of their social class. So it's quite, it has many layers, that problem. It's not only financial poverty, but financial poverty with financial poverty comes the lack of social mobility, cultural poverty, and so on.
Well, as I said, I'm not an expert, but I'm sorry.
Employment and unemployment, just it's a particular context in this region as well. Because during summertime, there are seasonal jobs created. So after the season, you will always have these numbers that are kind of fabricated and sort of sending this message that there is a low, unemployment, but the employment is like based on 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months of a summer season. So this is something that also, affects the statistics. But I mean, all of us here know you have to, look beyond the statistics and within the context to understand. So when Zoran says, yeah, it's kind of low, yeah, because it's already, affected by the statistics of seasonal jobs that are not helping in a systemic way.
Thank you. For comparison, I want to add some data from my hometown, Bremen. Mm-hmm. As you know, Germany is the 4th or 5th biggest economy in the world. And some people call it a rich country. And my hometown, Bremen, 1/3 of children is depending on welfare. Mm-hmm. And we have a number of 56% of children with migrant background in our schools. And in the end, and the schools in parts gave up. They can't educate them anymore. And at the end of the school, they hardly could read and write, and they are not usable, it's a bad word, but it's reality, for the working market. And there is coming up a terrible structure, and looking at US, where whole areas are not more to handle. Mm-hmm. And there are the outlaws, as I call them, and they begin to organize in gangs, children's gangs. The policy is helpless. The justice system is helpless. And yeah, the answer is project as your project. Yeah. But it's a project. It's not the change of a structure. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you cannot change the structures like this, but you can change at least some people's lives, some kids' lives, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for a very moving presentation. And so, by anecdote, I know that in Belgium we have a project, it's in Leuven, it's called Fabotta, and there is also Homestart, which I yesterday also mentioned. So I know of the child poverty in Belgium is around 20%, so it's not, I mean, it's a Europe-wide problem that we often don't realize enough. But something that I was wondering, so when you say it's a matter of justice, and I agree with that, I also wonder how important it is for you that this is a volunteer project, and whether, because we thought about that in Belgium with Domo and Homestart, whether we wanted to make it into something institutionalized, like that the government has to pay for it, because the problem that's just described is something that the government, they should invest in it. But I wonder whether that would change the character of the project, because my sense was that it was very important for the families that we were volunteers, and that we were not sent by a government to control or check or discipline them or whatever you have it. And there I wonder how to make it a more structural thing without making it institutional and thereby perhaps losing the quality of what makes it so valuable for the families.
Yeah, great question. So this is not a purely volunteering program. Okay, you have 5 people employed here. The problem is when you have a continuous and systematic work with kids, you have to have good psychologists, good social workers, okay? When you apply for funds, European funds, national funds, and so on, they give you money for 1 or 2 years. So money for 1 or 2 years or 3 years for the project. You cannot get a great psychologist for 3 years. They will go to school or to hospital or so basically what My Place Under the Sun is doing, decided with this new campaign. Here are some flyers if you want to help. Decided that they will turn to the community, turn to CommUNIty to get support from the community for the continuous work, because if you want to hire a psychologist, you cannot hire him or her for 1 or 2 years, but with fundraising you can promise a long-term employment, for instance. The problem with institutionalizing is that it gets bureaucratic. So I think that organizations like this should not be institutionalized in the sense that the government pays it all, because you lose flexibility. You lose, and which is really important in this job. When you see that in this research that was done for the city of Rijeka, when they were asked, when the participants of the research were asked about the role of the Center for Social Care, which is a government institution, they had a very bad opinion about it. Not because of the people were bad who are doing that, because of the bureaucracy, because I need help now, right now, whether it's financial help, psychological help, or I don't know, whatever help, you cannot get it. So I think that's the fate of the institutionalized, but yeah, I agree with you that the programs like this should be much more funded by public money, which is not happening, But it is a problem between NGO that has to be flexible and also the government or the local authorities that should invest money and without making it,
Do you have a question? No, I just wanted to ask if maybe you could share with the audience like story of volunteers in terms of, you know, how they contribute, what about their long-term commitment, because I know that there are a lot of them who've been part of this organization for a very long time.
Here we have 60 kids and 60 volunteers, which means that 1 volunteer goes per 1 kid, and the volunteers must not come here once per month, but they have to commit themselves to come here every week for school instructions or whatever. We have basically volunteers for this social mentorship program that we advocated at the city of Rijeka, which means that we have like 10 or 15 volunteers that have 10 or 15 kids individually, that work with them on the school instructions, that, I don't know, bring that kid to cinema, to theater, spend their much more time with them during the week than 1 or 2 hours here. And also what is really important and which we lack now is psychological help, because the biggest problem of these kids is not bad grades, it's not we don't have money, it's low esteem and the feeling of low, very low self-confidence, because wherever they see around their setting, they cannot break that glass roof. So the psychological help in boosting them and searching their talents. For instance, when a kid comes to the program, they scan the kid with some psychological tests to see where the kid is good and where the kid is bad. Okay, and then they boost that good part and cover that bad part, whether it's, I don't know, lack of concentration or, I don't know, bad grades and so on. So the volunteers are, yeah, very dedicated, and they have to commit at least 1 year to come here every week. Yeah.
Is it easy for you to find volunteers?
Yes, now yes, because My Place Under the Sun became quite public. Everybody likes it. So, and the kids also. At the beginning, we came to the social self-service and were talking to parents, please give us our kids. Now, Center for Social Care, so schools are sending the kids here because they see that My Place Under the Sun is a trustworthy organization. And also the public image of My Place Under the Sun is like, it's a cool place that works with socially deprived people, which we wanted to do because the charities and organizations that work with socially deprived people have image of socially deprived. And we want to change that image. In a sense, it's desirable, it's even cool to be here and to help this kid. So we don't have problems. We have problems with school instructions in chemistry, physics, mathematics, because the professionals for these subjects are lacking in schools also. Not, yeah. But we don't have problems with volunteers, yeah.
Just one question.
Can I ask what are the cultural and mental obstacles to grant you money instead of basically pushing this money directly to these families? And have you tried convincing the politicians that actually giving you money is more efficient in the long term? Yeah. Just showing them that actually by giving you money, they will, you know, sorry, because this narration is really awful, but for politicians, sometimes you need to use things like that. Basically, by giving you money, they will gonna invest in a citizen that's gonna work and pay taxes in the future and not be a constant, you know, taker of. And is crime a problem here also? Do you cooperate with courts and with parole officers as well?
Yeah. Yes. The last your question. Yes, we do. Regarding the financing, the problem is the inert system of the financing of the social services in the cities. You have, at least in Rijeka, for decades. Same system. And that's why I said at the beginning, when I asked them in one public panel, do you know the effect of the millions of euros that you're investing into social, do you know the effect? They don't know. And I know that one of the recommendations of this research for the Rijeka research was not only a research, but strong recommendations how to change social policies of the city, was tracking the effect of the money that is given to social self-services, but it didn't have much result. Yeah, for instance, I don't know, My Place Under the Sun gets for its regular program from the city of Rijeka 3.5 thousand euros per year, which is like
the whole program?
Whole program, 3.5 thousand, and we started to receive that money when we started the 2015. So it's the same money. And I just wanted to show you that how inert system is, okay? And the budget of this NGO is like 150 to 200,000 euros per year. So I just wanted to show that the local governments don't recognize, because they are inert, and I can understand that, don't recognize some new activities or some new initiatives that are going on in the city and say, okay, we want to invest that because with investing here, we will spare money in 20 years. But yeah, who thinks in long terms among politicians? Yeah, citizens. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I can sense there are more questions coming about the money and financial things, so feel free to ask during the break. And now we need to, unfortunately, move on with the program. The next thing on our agenda is a panel that we had yesterday as well. The name is the same, but we have different speakers, so hopefully we will get also some insight into different perspectives. The moderator of the panel, What's in It for Me, will be Cheyenne Domen from Maastricht University, so I ask her to join me here. And she will also introduce the speakers or ask them to introduce themselves, and then we'll start with the questions. You can sit here. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Cheyenne Domen, I'm from Maastricht University. I will be a moderator for the second panel where we looked at the university perspective yesterday. We're going to look into the community perspective today. That's why we invited several of our community actors to be here present in this panel. Yeah, we'll start by introducing yourself. Asia, do you want to start?
Yep. So went in Dutch. My name is Asia Lefleur. I introduced myself yesterday, but just to repeat, I'm in the advisory board of Refugee Project Maastricht. And apart from that, I'm also doing research in the field of health humanities, which is not really related, but yeah, there's some overlaps there as well.
Thank you. I'm Johan Dixters from Belgium, and I'm a funeral director. I'm president of the Belgian Federation and vice president of the World Federation.
I'm Thomas Newman from Bremen in Germany, and I'm volunteering in the project of senior citizens, and we will talk about later about that topic.
Thank you. My name is Bartosz. I'm from Toruń, but now I live in Warsaw, Poland. I'm a founder, CEO, and a volunteer in Courtwatch Poland Foundation, NGO that monitors how the right to fair trial works in our country. And I'm also a sociologist. I do research in the field of sociology of law, especially how the right to fair trial works, not only in my country, but also in other places. So if you're doing research in that area, I'm really interested in.
All right, thank you all. So we discussed the theme of this conference, of course, community engagement. Yesterday was the university perspective. We also talked already a bit about TEFC and our definition of community engagement. So I'm really curious to hear from all of you, what is community engagement to you? And feel free to jump in. Bartosz, you want to start?
So my story of my engagement and how we do engage people is a bit awkward, because I've been planning an academic career. I was dreaming of academic career, and I was working in business doing my PhD. And while doing PhD, while doing research, I learned about how problematic it is to actually find yourself in a court by studying experience of our entrepreneurs. And it got me so interested in the courts that I changed the topic of my PhD thesis. And I'm after 15 years, I still haven't defended my thesis, because I got so engaged in changing the situation of how the courts works in Poland, that both the business career, both the academic career weren't so important. I got so engaged. I founded the foundation. I got engaged in this work that everything else was not so important. And what we do and how we engage the community is actually teaching or educating people that they can use their spare time to go to their courts, to local courts, and sit in courtrooms and observe how the trials are being held, and learn about justice system, learn about law, and by that also learn how really the justice system works, because what they learn from media, from the politicians, is not always true. The justice system is often subject of stereotypes, and politicians like to, especially populist politicians like to make a scapegoat of judiciary. So we educate people that they can actually have a direct contact with the judiciary by using the right to be a public in the courts, and we also take their observations and report reports to the judges to give them feedback, so they can perform their duties as judges better. In the sense that they are, of course, professionals, but as professionals, they often are too professional and not so understandable to the usual people. So we also help the professionals to be more understandable, to be more to gain more legitimacy among the democratic society. So this is what we do in the whole country by engaging local communities in helping the local judges to do their work better.
My approach is very simple. I'm talking from the perspective of the society. I'm not a member of university. And so for me, it's a win-win situation. I got sense in my life being engaged in our project. We have fun. I'm invited, meeting wonderful people, and I'm feeling fine. And we give some add-ons on the social work and university, but it's not that important. It's fun for me. Thank you.
Wait, I will take one. Yeah, maybe we are the special one in this panel. So our death care program is not a program on volunteering. It's going more deeper to the ground of some things. Although a lot of the advisory committee are volunteers, but people from the field who give their knowledge to the academic world, and that's also the most important thing. So in our program that we are defending today, it's working, like you said, win-win, working together and sharing knowledge. In our perspective as funeral directors, we think we know everything. I'm sure that Catherine will show us in 28 that we didn't know everything, and probably we have to change a lot of things. So in that way, it's a different way. but it's not a volunteering project. It's really going to the basic issues.
Yeah, I think when I think about community engagement, I agree with Thomas. I think it's a social need that everyone has, and I think about it especially in the context of migration and globalization. People coming to a new place, I think volunteering can really offer you that opportunity to get in touch with your community and your environment in a way that's very open and inclusive. And yeah, I really imagine it as something that everyone could benefit from themselves, not just the people that they're offering something to, but also just feeling valued and valuable among your community, I think is very important.
Yeah, I really like what you're all saying, that it's giving back, but also receiving. You learn from each other, and that's what I think that we are all here for to do. So we are all connected to the university in some way through volunteers, through research, you name it. Johan, for you, for example, with the new project, what would be your most ideal partnership with the university at this starting point?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. No, just referring on yesterday also, the first thing is always finding the money. And as a president, in any way, I'm always soliciting by a lot of organizations, and they all come and ask for money. And I don't have the money, so we have to look for it and look for opportunities. And so our project also started. And finally, we found the subsidies to start. And then now what we expected is not only in Belgium, worldwide, we don't have information about our sector, about the funeral sector. We didn't have any investigations. What I discovered thanks to the University of Antwerp in the last few months is that there are a few, but we didn't know about it, even not in Belgium, even not international. So sharing information is really important. That's one. And second, what we expect is that to get a lot of things on reports, how we can change our funeral sector, not only in Belgium, but worldwide, and that's the perspective. But the difficulty will be also that we have the academic world who live also, like we heard yesterday, in an ivory tower, but we also live in our ivory tower. So we have to match our two towers and open the doors and see how we can share our information.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Thank you. How is that for someone who's already in years in research and is way more in this collaboration already?
I think that the good collaboration is where there is a mutual benefit. So it's not even two sides that needs to be happy with the collaboration and find some reasons to do it. I think we need to also look for benefits for example, the volunteers that we are engaging. That's really important for the community that we are serving. So it's often a case where we see that the projects that we have an idea, or at the university there is a new idea, but nobody asks whether there is a client for that. Asks who for an opinion or for making this needs assessment of the target audience. So we tend, as professionals, as academics, as researchers, we tend to think for others, like we know better. So it's really important to have to be in touch with the interests of the people that we are working with. So in our case, just to give you an example, there was often a question here asked, how you get the volunteers. And for example, Zoran was saying that now we don't have problems with volunteers because my place under the sun is well known. And but you could sense that in the beginning it was different. And this question also had this thesis hidden that, you know, how you get the volunteers, because this is a problem. Because we all know that getting volunteers is a problem. Ola was mentioning yesterday that there's only 3 people in the help desk, wasn't it? So for such a, yeah, wasn't it? 8? 8. Congratulations. But how many of them are really working hard? Thank you. Thank you. So why I'm saying about that? Because when we were starting in 2010, when we applied for the first grant with our idea of, you know, making this program that we're gonna, you know, go around the country, make these open trainings for people that wanna go to the courts and spend their spare time observing trials and report to us. We applied for money because we need, you know, money for travels, money for report, making conference to give the feedback to the judges. So we needed money, basically. That's the thing that we all need to buy time, to buy buy fuel and things like that. We got just half of the money that we applied for, and we did it anyway. And the results were very good. I mean, even for us, we were surprised how many people engaged, and the results were very promising. And after some time, our colleague approached us, an older from us, like 10, 15 years older guy, in this business, doing in this business, and he said, I have to apologize you guys, because I was one of the assessors of your grant proposal. And actually, I told this grant giver that, you know, this is a great idea, and it would be fantastic if it would work. But, you know, don't give them this money, because you will waste it. There is no chance that people in Poland gonna spend their free spare time to go to the court and observe trials for free as volunteers. It's not gonna work. You're gonna waste your money. Don't give them this money. So this grant giver decided to give us just the half of it. But we did it anyway, and it worked. And from that time, we are working, we are developing. We have engaged almost 4,000 volunteers since then. And our volunteers reported to us from more than 50,000 hearings. That's the largest database of observations from court hearings in the world. So it's really huge, and it happened that Poles are really into it, and you can engage volunteers.
But how? I mean, because there was such a difference in what he thought and how it actually was.
That's the thing. That's the thing. He didn't expect it. That because he had some assumptions, and we got a different approach. We were thinking about what these people that we are addressing, how they can benefit. So we were looking for target groups that would benefit from volunteering to us. So we tried different groups: high school students, retired people, and we found that the most interested in that are students, are university students, because they are in the time of their life when they have some spare time in the time of the day when the courts operate. Because when people work, have their usual work, they don't have much spare time in that time frame. And students are still curious. They are curious about things. And courts are very interesting, because in the courts, those cases, you know, criminal cases, family cases, commercial cases, these are things that are interesting, intriguing. And basically law. Law is something that people are interested about, because law is power. Law is a language of power. And people like to know it because they know that sooner or later they're gonna, you know, have a court case, or they will need to more or less know how it works. So it's good to have this experience and be more or less acquainted with how the court works. So not even for the students of law, because they are very interested in that, but also for students of different you know, faculties. Sociology, psychology, social work, resocialization, things like that. Also, it's interesting for them as well. So, of course, most of our volunteers are students of law. They want to get experience. They will have very nice entry in their CV for volunteering for us. Now we are a well-known organization, of course, but even in the beginning, it was very interesting for them. And also experience in research. In a program, etc., etc. This is something that is attractive for them. So we basically found things that they can benefit from. And also with the universities, we allow our students to enroll to us and do it as a experience program, as a program that they gain kind of work experience by us, because they spend time in a place that they will work in the future with an NGO that to research. So also for some students, this is an experience in thing that they will do in the future. So in many ways, that is beneficial for many parties. In this program of this observation, but we do also different kinds of research. I will stop now because I'm talking too much already. Are you interested in that? Just topics of the research we done is domestic violence, restorative justice, very close to what Zoran was talking about, what was done here. We've tried to open, and we piloted a few centers not focused on children, but on their parents. And we weren't so successful. That's why I was asking about some things, because we weren't so successful with getting money after the pilot program that we done with the university, because we got money for research and development, and we could do pilot, but after that, municipality weren't interested, because helping people that were sentenced, you know, criminals, who want to help them? They haven't thought about that. If you don't help them, they're gonna, you know, re-offend. Okay, I'm finishing.
Thank you. Asia, I wanted to ask you how it's been for you, your experience with volunteers. Also, a lot of students you have, but students come and go, so it's often short term. How is that for you as a volunteer organization as well?
Yeah, it's just a challenge that's part of the business in a way. Yeah, I think we kind of hope that we're influencing people, or at least that the experience that they get at RPM, they'll continue wherever they go. So I think in that sense, we're not really attached to, it's great if people stay in Maastricht and they want to be a long-term part of it. But I think almost more status holders, so people that came as refugees and stay in Maastricht, those are more constant than actually student volunteers, because there they really come and go a lot. I think we just got kind of used to it, because it's just how you need to work. And I think it's really important to have a very clear identity, a very clear way of working that you can convey quickly and easily. People get on board, they understand a bit what's the culture, they feel the vibe, and then they kind of just follow with that. And we're quite effective at conveying that. It's kind of non-verbal in a way. Sometimes we do trainings to make it all very explicit, but I noticed that the non-verbal aspect is quite powerful, and people also, I think our social media is effective to make our organization accessible, but word of mouth is more effective in mobilizing people. So people say, wow, you really have to come to RPM, it feels like this or it feels like that, and that's why they come. Not necessarily because of what we say that we do, but actually how it's conveyed to people and how they convey it to others. Yeah.
That's nice. And that's make me also curious for Thomas. How did you end up in the university?
The question is, how did we get our volunteers?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My English isn't elaborated. We have the project started with me. I retired, and retirement is a crisis, a biographic crisis in your life. You have no honors, you have no nothing, you are only yourself. back. It's only Thomas, without anything else. And so I felt bored, and I took contact to, I wanted to engage. And I asked the university with a letter, with a betreff, I feel bored. And so I'm Thomas, I'm a former teacher, and what can I do? And so, and the international office of the University Bremen and Jule Holz, I won't mention this name, and they were so open-minded, and they, hey, come on, we can always need some volunteer people. And then this project grew, and we are 10 people, around 10 people, sometimes more, sometimes less, and that's absolutely enough. And our people are former engineers and architects, and yeah, people who can speak English and have international experience, because our customers are foreign PhD students or researchers. When they come to Bremen, we accompany them. And so we all have fun, and it's a motivation, and we don't need anymore. We can open different projects, but not more than 10 people. So we have no bureaucracy, no hierarchy. We don't need any money. We do it for fun. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and talking about that, I mean, we also talked about long-lasting relationships, being sustainable. We're talking about projects that's funded for a few years. We all know that it's very important, but what is your view on how to keep these community engaged relations sustainable also when a project ends, for example?
What do you mean the project ends?
Now, for example, your research has a few years. How do you think, or how do you hope it will continue?
I think I'm one of the analphabetists in this eminent group. What I see is that, and what I learned also yesterday, and is that there's a lot of research, but you're a closed community. And my advice is share it with the world. Thanks to the different lectures we had in Antwerp, I learned a lot about my community and the work I do. I met people, researchers from all over the world. And I didn't know there was research. So one advice is don't reinvent the wheel, but start with the things that are already done and continue with this. When you share your information, that means that people will pick it up and share it with others. And then you don't have to look for money, because the money will come. Because people will see there is already something done. And when there's something done and they can use it for society, there's a reason of giving money to research, because you get something in return. If you're going again and again and again for every search looking for money, at the end, the door will be closed. So I think this is really important. Share your information with the world, and you will find someone who will say, hey, it's interesting for me. It's like we started also. And I'm sure we were discussing yesterday what will be after 28. And I really hope that the reports we get in 28 will open doors wherever in the world, at whatever university, of more and deeper research. So that's the advice. But like we heard yesterday, we live, like Franz said, we live in an ivory tower.
Yeah, of course.
In relation to that, I'm wondering, because you were talking about how it can influence further research, how is it with your particular research in terms of being able to also apply that knowledge in the practice?
Yeah, we don't have already a report, but so I'm sure that on the different levels we will investigate. I'm sure that in 28 I will propose not only for the Belgian government, but also abroad, to the board of the International and European Federation, maybe an advisory committee, that we go to the different governments and say, hey, we have now an investigation. We know what's happening in the field. And because always when we go to government, they say, yeah, but do you know it? Are you sure? What are the figures? And we know what's happening, but we can't share what we have. And I think this is the most important thing of research, is giving information we can use to start something new or to start changing things. On our way to Rijeka, I discussed with Els about a lot of things. And she said, but how we can find doors for opening? She presents me 3 projects, and I'm sure I know 3 people who were interested, who have an interest in those 3 things she was presenting. And she asked me how we have to look for someone who will interest in this research. I know them. So if you share your information, there will be others who will share yours, and then the community will grow, and things will grow, and you will benefit all of it. But it's different worlds. Yeah. And it's the same with volunteers. It's when you can motivate your volunteers, when there's something in for them. If it don't need to be money, it's just pleasure, or if they see there is a benefit of it, you will find them easily.
Yeah, it's a very fair point that you're tackling now, because it's also one of the TEFC dimensions, also what we discussed yesterday, openness, sharing knowledge, what we try very hard, but apparently it's still very difficult to find the right people for the right information. Just as a community member, Thomas, how is that for you? Do you see this need for more openness, or the ivory tower that we are talking about?
Yeah, that's also fun for me. I'm not obliged to follow the communication rules of university, as you know what I mean. And so I'm free to provoke and asking questions. And we have close contact to our university management, and they are liberal, they are open-minded, and I can ask, for example, a question: why do we have the flags of Ukraine? And isn't university a place of open communication, of open discussion, or should university follow a political agenda? And simply by asking questions, something is changing, they are thinking. And so we contribute to the anti-bubble strategy, and sometimes a pop, yeah. And in Bremen we have really strong bubbles, the Vogue bubble and the several others, and so that's my point.
Yeah, seeing these kind of perspectives about sharing knowledge, openness, everything. There's also a responsibility, a social responsibility. How do you think that from a community perspective that universities tackle that together with a community? I don't know who wants to start. Do you see there is a shared social responsibility? But how can we share that? Are we really sharing this responsibility? Are we seeing it in the same perspective? How do you see that as community actors? It's not an easy question.
No, it's not easy. But in the end, what I discovered the last days is that we share them. Only we have them, but we don't share them. So the message after today will be: share them with your community in any way, by paper, by inviting people, by organizing things, and that's one of the most important things. And when you share things, then you can also go in the long life learning project, and then it don't stop at your research. For example, for the funeral sector, we had regulations in Belgium. You needed to be you needed a diploma to enter in the funeral business. And then there came a European norm. And we throw our norm in Belgium away. So now we have 25 or 24 countries in Europe who have a norm, and in Belgium we don't have it anymore, because politics didn't understand it well. And one of my perspectives is to change it and tell them, okay, we have a norm. And the norm sets long-live learning. And the problem is, we are funeral directors. We are no teachers, we are no researchers. How can I do what's legislation and implement it in my profession? In the point of view of a federation who is representing a lot of a group of people. And that's important. And I think the importance of the connection of society, of groups, of working groups and university, I think that's really important, and that you have to open the borders on that.
Yeah, in Bremen it's absolutely necessary that university opens to society beyond the established structures. Of course, there are structures of communication with society. For example, there is a big lack of students in the MINT. You know MINT? Maths, natural sciences. Yeah, they have a lack of students, and most German students like to study human culture and the talking subjects. And so we want to organize now that schools have more contact to our MINT branches. And it's so easy, but nobody is doing this proactive, yeah? And this is also a question of bubbles, and sometimes they're so resistant against simple new ideas, and so somebody can come and say, hey, let's go, yeah? I have a contact and you can meet future students.
Yeah, when you say it like that, also in terms of openness, sharing knowledge, capacity building, it sounds so easy to just go to, in your case, to other schools, to connect them more. What do you see, for example, as why we're not doing all these easy things? Why are there challenges to this openness and connecting with our community?
I'm just to be a small disclaimer maybe here, because I'm just an external observer from one side, but on the other, I of course have lots of relations with people working in academia. I'm also PhD candidate, so I have some contacts, but this, what I'm saying, is not based on that. So please don't consider that as based on experience with my university. It's more general observation of the politics and problems of Polish academia, and just Polish academia. I don't know how it works in other countries, but from my perspective, there is a problem of that people in the academia are overworked. They, to support themselves and families, that to keep the status that would be up to the education they have, the competence they have, and to keep the financial status in the society that would be relevant to the intellectual potential they have and the competence they have. They often work in other places as well, or in few universities, for example, one public and few private. They work also in private companies. So in many cases, it's hard to imagine for them that they would also volunteer, for example, do some, outreach while working in the university, because just the work in the university, public university, is considered by them as some kind of, volunteering almost, because it's so low paid that they treat it as kind of, sacrifice. Just to give you an example, teaching at the medical school, for example, for well-educated medical doctors, the remuneration that they get for teaching is 10 times lower than what they get for working as medical doctors. Of course, they do it not only for the money they get on the medical university. They also do it for the benefit of the status they get as professors. So they have extra benefits from that. But still, they couldn't support themselves. It wouldn't be rational for them to be just a teacher, just a scientist, just an academic. They have to work outside. So it's completely usual that they work more than one job. So the general problem is that they work more than one job, as I observe. And it's not just academia. Generally, Polish middle class is overworked. We are very ambitious, and workaholics. This is a national disease, workaholism, and we are crazy about money, and this is not only, this is also a problem of academia. So it would need a change of mentality, because there is not enough people in the academia. There are people in the academia that are very mission drive. I'm not saying that is a common problem, but there is not enough of them to have this general culture to go outside, because others would look at them. What are you doing? No. We are not generating this kind of norms, because if you would go, then I would feel that I need to go too. So no, we are not doing that. Not too much, just a little maybe, but not too much. That's my observation of a general atmosphere and the conditions that they are generated by the politics of financing the academia in Poland.
Yeah, thank you. And now I'm curious, for the other side, the real community actors, how do you think that you can meet in the middle?
When I hear the message of Poland, I'm afraid, because then the risk is that the research will be done and that I get the messages I want to hear. It's a discussion I had also with the University of Antwerp. I think I will get the just report, but what if the report of the university will tell me otherwise? And what will I do with it, and how will I show it to the world? That will be the other question, but we will see in a few years. But the risk is that research is done in a way that they give an answer on what I want to hear. And that's not what research has to be. Research has to be neutral and reality. And I want to know the reality. And I'm sure that even in politics, they want to know the reality, because if you get a message and you have to give back money on subsidies for the next, you're subsidizing things that aren't correct. So it's also risk. And always in every research we have your personal interest and your personal traditions and your personal view. So the risk will be how that will infect the research. and how we can neutralize it in the end. But what I expect is a neutral and correct vision on my problems.
I absolutely agree. From my view from outside of university, I'm free to talk about that. As a teacher, I teach politics and German literature. The approach was diversity. Thesis, antithesis, talking about this, and everybody can have his own conclusions. And so it was a proof of diversity. And coming to university, I was so frustrated about the way the teaching went on. It was highly qualified, no doubt. It's okay, but there was absolutely lack of diversity, of discussion, and this is one point of this bubble making. It's, yeah, in former times it was called an ideologic bubble, and we have this impact in the political area, this diverse of society, and this also, from my simple point of view, university is responsible for, because they form elites, narrow-minded elites. They are not more able to discuss and to get known to the real problems of people. They don't listen. They go to public to teach, and sometimes with this upper nose attitude, and this is not good. We have to be modest. We have to listen.
But that was also the discussion yesterday, where we said about learning skills and is knowledge enough? And I think knowledge is not enough. You need learning skills, and from the perspective of the field, we don't need people who live with their heads in heaven, but with their feet on the ground. And that's maybe also a point that universities has not to deliver students who have knowledge. But even when you leave school, they think they have knowledge, but in the end, they don't know anything. So maybe it's also an opportunity to share with the community so that they learn, while they are learning the knowledge, that they also learn to be with the feet on the ground and the practices in reality.
Yeah, good point. You want to elaborate?
Just reflection on what Thomas said. Actually, that's really sad what you said. I remember when I was in Göttingen, I was struck by the same when I came from Torun, where we were basically taught by discussion. Maybe that's why, because I was studying sociology, then it was a different thing. And I was because my German was lousy, so I took a course in American literature, and I was so surprised when I didn't agree with one of the students what she said, and everybody were shocked that I said something against her claim.
Cancel culture is starting at that point.
But it was long ago. We are not so diverse in age. So we are in a similar age. So it was long ago, and in Poland we have similar thing, but the polarization in the politics gets to universities. I recently have an experience of trying to organize something with one of the law divisions in one of the universities, not mine. Mine university is fantastic and very open, and we organize fantastic conferences with our law division out of our university, but with another university. And the topic was opinion of the Venice Commission. So the respected body of the Council of Europe, and the dean of of the law faculty said, no, it will be too, how he frame it, it's too controversial. Can you imagine that discussing about opinion of an international well-respected institution is controversial? That's crazy, you know. And we're making a conference as in a university discussing. So yeah, the problem is different. It's not that there is just one way, but we are so afraid of discussion that we're gonna have, you know, quarrel, because we quarrel a lot in Poland. We do discuss, but now they're starting to be afraid of actually that. Yeah. So yeah, this cancel culture, maybe they are afraid of that, you know, they're going to be cancelled, that they're going to be too much discussion, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you for your example. Considering the time, I would like to go to the closure. So I have a final question for you. I would like to ask to give you a short conclusion, considering the challenges we discussed. And from your community perspective, what are your main takeaways in the relationship, the collaboration between community and university and community engagement? Who wants to start?
Very simple. Talking with each other and not talking about each other.
I won't repeat what I said before, but the most important is open the doors and take not only the doors to the different communities of university, because there you can share what's already used and researched on other places. So try to find it and share that with the world. That's the most important thing, because then you will get the feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think my brain is still half in the question that you just asked before, and I think that's in terms of what I would appreciate from universities is that they focus a bit more on teaching critical and analytical thinking and active listening. And from there, I think everything else is learnable from an intrinsic place. And that really benefits. When I see that students come with that as volunteers, they soar. Yeah.
That's nice, thank you.
Yeah, I think that just going back to the roots, if the university teaches to look for the truth, to confront with the reality by observing, by meeting with people, everything will be fine. Yeah, we are our academic community kind of grown from that, and if we keep to that basic rules, looking for the truth, being empirical, we're gonna be fine.
Thank you. Let's see, to Tia, do you have still time for some questions of the audience? If there are questions, of course. No? Then I want to thank you for this, for listening, and we'll have a break, I guess. Thank you. Thank you too.
Thank you very much, and hello to everyone. So my name is Thomas, and I'll say a few words about myself before I launch into the presentation, which I guess is coming up here. So I'm English, born in Belgium. I have some German ancestors, some Irish ones, and I've been living here for 20 years. So I'm a true European citizen, and that's why I'm going to be giving an overview in this presentation of the European perspective on the issues that you've been talking about in kind of local perspectives here, but obviously you're exchanging also in a European perspective. So I'm sorry that I wasn't here yesterday. I was in Strasbourg talking about academic freedom in higher education and how community engagement can somehow help this problem that you were talking about universities seeming too elitist and too far away from society, and if you bring them back close into society, you might have less attacks on academic freedom from angry members of the public. But anyway, so that's why I wasn't here yesterday. But I'm glad I caught some of your discussions in the last session, and I took a few notes as well because it echoes some of the things I will talk about. So then let me start by talking about this potential European framework for community engagement in higher education. And basically what I'm going to talk about is these three, they're three projects. I mean, I like to think of it as a movement now because it really has been going on for the last almost 7 years, and we are really achieving a lot, and I think we can achieve even more. So it started with a EU-funded project called TEFSI towards a European framework for for community engagement in higher education. Then SHEFSI, which was steering higher education for community engagement, and now the space project. We're launching into space for supporting academics and professionals for community engagement. And just an overview that we are covering different parts of Europe from the beginning of that project. So partners and universities and community partners from, let's say, 4 corners of Europe. And we're happy to have associate partners too who are supporting and kind of monitoring and helping out in this work, including Council of Europe, where I was yesterday, the European Student Union, the OECD were following our last project. And here there's 2 European University Alliances, UNIQUE and EUtopia. YUFE are not officially an associate partner, but you've been our best buddies for the last 7 years, and we've been working very hard with you. And I know that some of you have already worked on some of these issues that we're talking about, some of the frameworks that I'm going to be presenting. So that's the introduction. So the discussion is about what are universities for and what is that relationship between universities and society. And it's not a new debate. So in 1966, the influential scholar, higher education scholar Clark Kerr talked about the idea of the multiversity. So this idea of the university should be leading innovation, solving social problems, getting business together. Let's solve social problems through the university, or this multiversity, as he called it. Maybe with a kind of emphasis on economic development and growth, but still saying we should do more than just do this classic traditional university. Derek Bock, another influential scholar in higher education, you can see it all from the title, Beyond the Ivory Tower. So how should the university lead attempts to reach out to disadvantaged groups, solve social problems in the community and not just academic ones? 1996, that's a slightly different angle. Bill Reddings was talking, again, the title says a lot, The University in Ruins. And his view was that this new kind of neoliberal policies of managing universities and forcing them to do metrics and to have key performance indicators was killing the idea of the university as a civic institution, as a cultural institution, and saying that this is leading nowhere. And finally, Ronald Barnett, more recently, had a book called The Ecological University, where, obviously he's talking also about climate change and environment and how the university should be leading this, but also as the kind of ecosystem that the university has to work with others if it wants to fulfill its true social mission. So this is not a new debate, but it's one that's for decades really been continuing, and it's all about this so-called third mission of universities, that universities should not be just about teaching and research, it should be about connecting to society. What happens though is that when you hear people talk about the third mission, what happens is that they're actually talking about the economy and industry and business and research collaborations with industry for innovation, which is all very important and fine. So there's no problem with that. But what gets left out is these other issues of this broader mission and social mission of the university to address problems that citizens have and that societies have that aren't just about economic growth. So a few of them are mentioned here, but I think you understand what we're saying. So that's why we, in our movement, consider this idea of community engagement as crucial. And this is how we define it. There's obviously many possible definitions. We decided on our own, which we think is a good one and the best one. So what we mean is that communities is about how universities interact with from external partners and external communities to address societal problems. Now, crucially, community, now we would often think of it just as local and maybe just as civil society. We thought it would be wise to just open this up completely, to be that could include a national government or ministry, it could include local government, it should include also business and civil society and citizens, but let's not limit it to one of those. And it's likely to be local, but we shouldn't, again, limit it to that. You can have global community engagement as well, and we were talking yesterday about an initiative of many universities to support education of refugees, I think it was in Syria, and so you can address needs outside your local setting as well as a university. Now, an engagement, how we define, is about mutually beneficial activities. So again, it's not this idea of the charity, so the university as the kind of wise going, I will solve that problem for you, no problem. But it's about trying to have conversations about both sides in a relationship, gaining something, including the university. I mean, if you need to publish and you need to teach, you want to be using that research to publish, but you're at the same time that the local partner is getting something from that relationship. Okay, terminology, we use the term community engagement. Even in the English language, you could use dozens of other terms to describe or for what I've just described. So there's the civic engagement, the civic mission of universities. I think in Latin America they talk a lot about social responsibility of universities, or solidarity. And then they have another term, what was it in Spanish, which was like, but about outreach or engage. There was a special word and I've forgotten it now, but if I remember it, I'll let you know. And some of the other terms are there, and I'm sure in your own languages you have maybe similar issues of what do we call this thing that we are doing, where we're working with society or trying to have social change. Our argument is that community engagement is a good term, but again, that you have to use one that makes sense in your own setting. And then at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what term you use, and as long as, in our view, you're doing this, which is trying to see as broadly as possible engaging with many different actors, not just technology industry and what have you, and to have mutual benefit. And if you want to call it social responsibility or solidarity or outreach, that's fine as long as you're doing this properly. Okay. Now, what we, in our project, which I'll say a bit more about soon, is that this idea of community engagement can be embedded into all forms of university activities. And I think, Boina, you even showed maybe this slide yesterday. So teaching, research, etc. But let me then go through each of them just to explain. So teaching is about embedding community engagement into actual teaching and learning experiences. So service learning is the classic way of doing this. It could also be project-based learning. So again, different names for students going out in a community and then getting learning credits and learning outcomes as a result of that. Research, again, you've been talking about this in the last session as well. It's not just researching society or talking with people in the communities, but actually doing research with them and involving them in the process. Looking at a European level, I mean, the top kind of trend now is citizen science, which I think is most common in the natural sciences, but there are some examples in social sciences as well, where you can do citizen science, where you have citizens participating in processes to collect data, to talk about data. But interestingly, in healthcare and social research, this is quite mainstream now in the UK and Ireland. There's patient and public involvement. So again, getting patients, talking to patients and to users of social services, what's your perspective on cancer treatments and communication with doctors, and how we can find better solutions to these challenges we have? So again, it's a growing area. Service and knowledge exchange is about what academics would do outside of their core teaching and research. So that would be, for example, interviews with newspapers or public debates or maybe projects that they have in the community or volunteering themselves. Students, crucial, through, again, here we're talking about students not through teaching, learning experiences, but through their own initiatives. So either volunteering or student organizations or student councils, student activism at the end of the day. And management, so that's talking about the whole institution in terms of whether the university as a space is open to communities and whether resources are also available to communities. And then the last two are more about kind of, how the university functions, whether there's policies and structures to help community engagement. And the last one, about supportive peers. Is there an environment at the university where this kind of activity is considered as acceptable? And you were talking in your reflection that, yeah, in my university, people are like, no, don't do that, because then I have to do it, and we're overloaded anyway. So it's not something that we want to really push. So again, what's the academic environment is really going to influence all the others. So these are these 7 dimensions of what we define as community engagement in higher education. And I mean, our experience is that a lot of academics would really like to do all of these things. And a lot of universities and university leaders would also like to do all of these things. But there's many reasons why they don't or can't in certain cases. And like this lady trying to get through that maze. Basically, what I said at the beginning, there's a large, there's a dominance of this idea of like the economic development being the priority. And that's where the money goes. So you don't have as much resources going to these kinds of initiatives that we've spoken about now. The whole area of globalization and of university competition and of internationalization may be drawing attention away from the need to be locally embedded. You've addressed this nicely in the YUFE project of doing both, but I think in many cases, we went to one university where reflection from the community partner was saying, I think this university would rather be somewhere else. Like they don't really want to be here. They want to be globally excellent, and they're a bit annoyed that they're in this kind of slightly underdeveloped region of the Netherlands. Okay, I've said it now. Anyway, but anyway, I won't say which university it was. But this is an issue. Governance, okay, I talked about that, about the kind of managing higher education through numbers and figures and targets and all the rest, which then prevents management to prioritize other things, that they really just have to do the things that they're going to be assessed by, funded through, and so on. And yeah, the academic culture of you have to, as an academic, publish quickly and a lot. And if you're doing community engagement, it takes a long time to do that, and it's not, and maybe there's not even many opportunities to do this. So that's a real disincentive for academics themselves to be more community engaged. So that's not a nice picture of what the situation is. There's a however on this slide, which is, it seems as if there's maybe a shift happening, very slowly, too slowly in my opinion. However, it is happening, that in European and international level policies, there's a recognition of, okay, maybe higher education also needs to be addressing these other issues rather than just the exclusive focus on economic growth. So in higher education policy, do I do something there? Or no, okay. At the European Union level, you see these words coming up, like, oh, addressing societal challenge, civic universities are important, that there's that service to society is the fourth mission of universities. I was so excited when I saw that. And then I read the document till the end, and there was no follow-up on what they meant by that or how to fund it or anything. But okay, they've still said it, which is an important first step. And a research policy as well. So citizen science, let's say, especially, that's the kind of buzzword. Sadly, science with and for society, this one here, I can't point to it, but that was a great program by the European Union that's been discontinued. So that's a bit sad. But okay, in any case, there's an argument that there's an increasing space in the European Union policy and in European trends that this is a topic of increasing importance. And maybe the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations kind of contribute to this also sense of universities can help in addressing these societal challenges. So then our in a way, response to this was like, okay, then if there's an increasing focus on this, we need to help the process and push it upwards and push it forwards with developing different frameworks and tools that universities and communities could use to do more of this and to do better. And the first resource then we developed was the so-called TEFC Toolbox, which we're calling an institutional self-reflection framework for community engagement in higher education. And the idea is, the bottom line of this is that there was a lot of confusion about, okay, what is community engagement and how can we assess whether we're good at it or not? And how can we do that without making some kind of tick box exercise or a ranking exercise? How can we do this in a kind of, let's say, developmental and positive way? And that's what we did. So based on an analysis of what other tools existed at the international level, we created something that's a very qualitative tool, but it's based on evidence and research that helps universities to look at these 7 dimensions of engagement, critically assess how good they are doing based on a mapping of what they're doing at the university, and then identify what are the areas that they can improve and how. And my understanding is that at least a couple of universities in the YUFE Alliance have been using this toolbox, and I hope it was a positive experience. I hear it is, but do tell me if there's anything that could be improved. Maybe just another quick word about that toolbox. Why it's innovative and interesting in our view is that it's very uncompromising about this idea of authenticity of engagement. So it has a level like 1 to 5, like how good you are, and you can't say we're really good at engagement if you have a couple of public lectures per year. So that would stick you at the level 1. If you are working with communities and the communities have a voice and have an influence over certain decisions you make, then you get level 5. So it really is a quite, I would say, strong bottom-up approach. It's about creating a process and a discussion such as this where you get individuals together to speak about community engagement and value that community engagement within the institution, so as to empower the people who are doing this rather than doing an assessment exercise. In that sense, it's about bottom-up, hearing the voice from the bottom-up and then going with this to the management rather than having a top-down assessment. And it's not about benchmarking and comparing to others. It's about a kind of learning journey about how we as a university function and how we could do this better. So that's the first resource we developed. The second one in our next project was how to go from assessing yourself to actually planning something new. And so we did a methodology for how to do action plans for community engagement and how to do those in a kind of participative and quality way. And so 5 universities did those action plans in the last project. And then after that, we went a step further by saying that universities aren't operating in a bubble. So it's not like universities can solve everything by themselves. If you're constrained by a national policy or a national law or certain factors in your environment that are stopping you from being more engaged, then you have to acknowledge that. So we did then a framework for basically analyzing what national structures are or are not there to help engagement, and then to result in policy recommendations for how to improve engagement in higher education at the system level. And so we have those national policy recommendations and EU level recommendations as well based on that. And that methodology can be used in other countries too. What we're working on now is a framework, so we're going down to the level of actual teaching and learning, and we are now piloting we didn't call it a training program, but a co-learning program where we get together teaching staff, and over this academic year we're working with them on how to incorporate and embed community engagement as an idea into their curriculum, and how to transform that into an engaged curriculum. So we're working on that now, and finally and crucially, actually having what are good community partnerships, and what are the key factors that influence these. So we are now in our 4 partner universities having focus groups with community groups about what is important to them, where do they see the challenges, where do they see the kind of the strengths. And this is our initial framework that we're piloting, looking at how it works as a process, what's the ethos behind the partnership, and what does the partnership result in. And based on this, we hope to have a kind of a framework that can help future partnerships identify what are some kind of key areas to make sure you have before you embark on a community engaged project. I said finally, this is the final one, so we do have a web platform where we want to collect all of this and share it with the world, which is communityengagement.eu, where you can find both publications, institutional profiles, good practices, and where we hope then to use that as a platform, and a platform for pushing this agenda forwards. What's the impact of all of our work? I mean, I don't like the word impact, and it's very difficult to measure, but what we can say is that there's a growing international interest in the work that we've done. So in addition to the 7 universities from 7 EU countries that have used this toolbox and done action plans, we have been contacted by universities from Sao Paulo to China and down in New Zealand about, can we use this toolbox for our own reflection? And yes, you can. It's completely free and open access. And we're trying to stay in touch with all those universities so that we can gain some momentum and create a network. And yes, in addition to YUFE, so the unique University Alliance is planning to also use the toolbox in their own project, which is in this academic year. And policy impact, strangely, I don't know how we did this, but we managed to influence the document of the Bologna process of the European higher education area by making them include the terms community engagement into their ministerial communique, which is signed by 48 ministers of higher education. Yeah, I don't know how we did that. There was a lot, and there was no linear path to that. It was a lot of different people from different places, and it kind of somehow converged into this thing, which then, based on that, then the European Commission does reports on how certain countries are meeting these goals. Okay, the central report is one that I wrote for the Commission, so the fact that they financed it also gives me some hope that there's some interest in this topic. So again, the policy impact is both major and mild. It's major in the sense that you're impacting a document, but it's still only a document. So we hope we can do even more in the future. What's going to happen in the future in the European level? I mean, we're hopeful that there is some kind of momentum. I think, in my view, it's too slow, but we have to be satisfied with what we have. So in this, as I said, the European higher education area, or the Bologna process, has this idea of community engagement embedded in one of its documents, and there are some working groups that are going to be working on that, so that's good. The European Commission, yes, they got this service to society in the document. It's not very well defined, and it's a bit narrow, but okay, good, we can work with that. European Universities Initiative, I don't think the initiative itself puts enough emphasis on what you're doing in the YUFE. So and there's some alliances that do this and that do this well, but a lot of them are more focused on, from what I've seen, on other forms of engagement and business cooperation, and not necessarily this kind of broader idea. So I think they can do more, but it is a great, again, initiative that can be used for this kind of activity, as you've demonstrated in YUFE. As I said, I was at the Council of Europe yesterday. They have a new working group for the democratic mission of higher education. Broader topic, but it includes a focus on how to make sure that universities are connected to the societies they live in. And the European University Association has put civic engagement among its top priorities till 2030. So I would say that that's quite good, and that's quite promising for future initiatives to push this agenda forwards and to get more universities do better work in terms of their community engagement. But my final slide is that, on the other hand, universities have always been engaged, even in environments where there's no policy support at all. University of Rijeka being a prime example. When has community engagement ever been a national priority? It hasn't. So you basically do it because your academics, you have engaged leaders, engaged staff and students, and a community that's willing to do that. So we believe that bottom up is, in any case, the way to go, and that's why we hope that, as a kind of a movement that's trying to connect people doing this bottom-up work, we can, through larger numbers, have some momentum and kind of push this really agenda forwards at the European level. If you're interested in this, there's lots to read. A lot of it is on that communityengagement.eu website. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Was that too quick? No, oh, no, it wasn't quick at all, actually, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Excuse me talking again, but I was a consumer of pedagogic innovation. And my colleagues, every time when innovation from a university occurred, we said, oh, no. Please keep your knowledge where it is. And we were victims of innovation. And my boss said, the system is rotating on high level, but the output is negative, even negative. Yeah. And research can cause problems. Sure. And universities are slow. They are really slow. Yeah, they have invention. Yeah, it's obvious not good, and it continues. And the German school system had so many innovations, but the quality is decreasing from place 6 to 20 something. It's obvious. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's true. That the university. I mean, there's also. It's called grimpact. They can have negative impact on. It's not. We can talk about societal impact of universities as something that you assume is positive, but it doesn't have to be, and that is a problem. You would think, though, that if they weren't just transferring the innovation to schools and actually speaking with teachers about, okay, how could we do? You know, the new research is saying that this kind of teaching methodology works well, but you're involving teachers in the process. You could say, yeah, but actually, you know, in our everyday practice, we've seen this, then you'd assume you wouldn't have this kind of outcome. So that's the assumption behind this idea, is that if you're engaging with people in the process, you're not going to have this just kind of innovation imposed upon someone, but it's going to be a kind of joint initiative, or at least informed by community as well, I would hope. But thanks for the comment.
I'm very curious, on a practical level, who implements these tools? Like within a university, who sees themselves as responsible for implementing these toolboxes?
Yeah, and the answer is that we've had two different kind of approaches. One where the university management, so either the rector, him or herself, or perhaps a vice rector, says, yeah, that's good, and we like that, and I'll set up a team and you know, write a letter to staff to say, look, we're doing this, please provide some input if you can, and so you get this kind of support from the top. And we've had at least two examples where it's just been a group of academics with no link to anyone near the top, who say, well, look, let's just do this, and then let's go to the management once we've done it to show them or invite them into the process. And that's worked quite well too. So in both cases, they managed to collect the data, do the whole exercise, have these kind of focus groups, discussions about, are we engaged, are we not engaged, what could we do better? And then at the end of the process, have a meeting with the vice rector, say, look, we have this project, this is what we've done, and okay, sometimes you get full support, sometimes they go, oh, okay, that's interesting, let's see. But I think in both cases where that happened, where I won't mention, but it's it had a positive reaction at the university, and they included some of the recommendations into some changes. So it can work both ways. That's why I think that kind of top-down and bottom-up kind of combination, or that it could just be bottom-up and still work.
Three small questions.
Sure.
The first one is, how many universities have gone through this exercise? You probably know.
So it's for sure it's 7. And but there's like 10 more in the unique that are going to be doing it this year, and in YUFE I don't know the final number. So
okay.
At least okay.
So maybe 10 altogether.
So 10, yeah.
Okay. Second question is, how much would you think? How many resources would you need when? Going through this exercise means in personnel or financial resources, how much would it cost the university to run this TEFSI tool exercise? And third question, when you are having all these results now of 10 universities, are you comparing also the results among these universities, among these 10 different universities? And do you see a red thread if you compare them?
Yeah, great questions. So for the resources, I think we even made some kind of calculation somewhere. I'd have to check. But you would need a team of 1 or 2 people to do that. And I think we said that it would take, as a process, around 6 months. So you can do it in 6 months. You could do it in 3. So we've had examples of people who've done it in 3 months, others who've done it in 6. Others who took a year, but they just took their time, so that's okay. And you basically need like one person just leading that. I think to quantify how long it would take that person is difficult to say, but for example, it's collecting data from, and there's usually you collect between 30 and 50 practices, and then you actually do a kind of analytical thing where you go through the practices and you try and map them onto this tool. So there's a whole methodology of how to do it. But yeah, it's not, you would need some resources to do it, but I would say it's not excessive. So that's the vague response I can give you now, but I could give you a more detailed one later. So we were very concerned about this idea of if we do this and if it kind of catches on, someone's going to want to turn this into a ranking exercise. Even if we don't want it to, they're going to take it and they're going to say, haha, Bremen is better than Rijeka, and we are, or what have you. So what we did was to create a thing which we think is the closest way of avoiding that, where you get a heat map where you have 7 dimensions times 4 different boxes, and then you get like a color scheme. And now someone could go and turn those into numbers and but it would be a lot of work. So we're making it very hard for anyone to do that, and we're being very clear about the fact that that's really not the point. So we've had institutions where we've seen that they score themselves at a level 5 or something, and we're like, it's not really level 5, but but at the end of the day, it's for that institution to decide how well they're doing and to talk amongst themselves about how they can improve. So it's going to be, in that sense, an imperfect measurement instrument, but the point is not to be a perfect measurement instrument, but to help a university move forwards.
I wasn't thinking so much about ranking. Of course,
other people are, believe me, they can't wait to kind of, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The management has to support it, otherwise you will not find anyone to do that.
Yeah.
There might be an outcome of University X and of University Y and Z that is comparable already in itself. So I'm talking about the outcomes, so that we can talk about maybe the situation of universities, civic engagement, let's say score without doing the ranking thinking, but in order to see
or
how to go. So
compared to others, you mean?
Yeah, or just as a argument we can learn as a university from the results of other universities without having done it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Yes.
Feel free to jump in, Boina, because I have a response, but maybe you can.
Yeah, because maybe if you can remember yesterday the rector's keynote, and when she was focusing on areas of potential for development, or of lower intensity. So I mean, it's based on, let's call it like the honesty of the team within the self-reflection process, right? So if you score yourself super high, I mean, to whom are you doing a favor or not if you're, lying about your own, processes and developments? So that's one idea. Because of that, we really didn't want to talk about comparing, right, things, but rather to get inspired by, right, other examples. But in the case that you are talking about, I think that those two areas, particularly the area of lower intensity, might be the area which you mentioned sort of as a red alert, right, or something that might give us an answer to, okay, if we are talking about community engagement in a larger scale, like where are we maybe not doing that well, or still have a place to progress? Yeah. So for us, it was so clear, super clear, that it was research, right? Meaning community engaged research. So it was just continuously popping up, and it was quite clear. And at the end, it's about the team and with the supporting management working on it and writing a report, to write an honest self-reflectory report and be quite clear about it and saying, ooh, we actually scored 2. We decided that we're going to mark ourselves, with the score 2 at a community engaged research, because this is what we want to put then in an action plan and continue working on it more than we have been working previously. So in our case, it was really, playing well. It was working well, whether it was, part of the project structure as well, or very very reliable team, including the management. But we really, our rector first, she really, really wanted to know where we are still have a room to progress.
Yeah, I read a bit in that Bible, so that's why the questions were coming up.
Okay.
And I liked it quite a lot, but I feared that we wouldn't have the resources and the personnel to undertake this exercise. So that's why I'm asking these questions. All in all, I thought pretty much that this tool is a communication tool, because it initiates the dialogue between everybody concerned. So it's not only research, it's also communication.
No, that's exactly right. And that the whole point was that we didn't want it to be a kind of a scoring mechanism, and then you get an average score of 65 and you're kind of therefore good. But for it to be a basis for conversations between community engaged students, management, researchers, teaching staff, and bringing in community perspectives as well to give feedback about, okay, how we are doing here. And to identify where we're doing well, how we can go forward. So that really is the idea. But yeah, so you would need a kind of core team of one or two. I mean, core team of one. Yeah, you could have one person leading it, but ideally you'd have 2 people working on that. And then you're bringing in people, okay, they're giving their time to be at a focus group or at a discussion like this. Is that a cost? I don't know. It technically is. But, right, did you? Yeah, that's right.
No additional financial.
Yeah. Yeah, and not full time. It was just no. Yeah. So, but
again, it's very contextual. Maybe you can share that as well. So maybe you can, do it within your case.
Yeah.
One point focus just on teaching and learning.
Yeah. And the bottom, and another thing that's emphasized, that you don't have to have a level 5 for everything. I mean, maybe in that institution, like, we don't need to do, we're a kind of teaching institution. We don't do that much research, so we don't, that dimension isn't important to us. So you can do that. And you can also say, well, look, I think a level 3 is actually not bad for the resources we have, and maybe one day we'll reach level 5, but it's not necessarily the goal. It's really to place yourself on that scale.
Because levels 1 and 5 are not equal to like grades in school about
No.
not knowing and having this excellent knowledge, but rather talking about diverse kind of management, engagement.
Yeah.
Right? So at some point, what you said, certain institutions might figure it out. Yeah, following our strategic directions, this is actually great, and this is it.
Yeah.
We're not moving forwards, or rather, we are not moving towards diverse directions of thinking.
Yeah.
Over and out. Thank you, Dad.
Great. And that's it. Thank you so much. Thanks. Great.
Many thanks to our speaker, and many thanks to all of you for your questions. Tea and I are playing the role of good cop, bad cop, but we're both bad cops right now because we're running out of time. And if you remember, we still have some leftovers from yesterday. There was one presentation left from the University of Bremen. So in agreement with our presenters, the first presentation will be a brief introduction to the second presentation. So Ursel, if you're ready. Yep.
We start? Yeah, okay. Hello and good day, everybody. As we've already said, the one who should be here is not. It is my colleague Mirja Ushkureit. She hasn't been able to travel to Rijeka due to a very severe bronchitis, so she stayed at home. And of course, I certainly cannot replace her or give exactly the presentation that she has been prepared, but I hope I can give you an impression about the reasons why it was decided to have her here and why she should present the Bremen initiative of the Here Ahead Academy as a very good example for community engagement and regional or local cooperation. She has elaborated a very nice presentation. We are going to go through some of her slides, but not all of them, because we have been already running out of time. And I can also tell you that she would be happy if I skip too many slides. To receive your questions afterwards, she would be there to answer your question. She's put her email into the presentation, and you're very free to ask more. So let's try to make the best of the situation, out of the situation, but keep the story a bit shorter. A few words about myself. My name is Ursel Hauschild. I come from Lower Saxony, that is quite close to Bremen. Well, I spent a considerable part of my working life at Bremen University. Almost 2 decades at the moment. It's incredible. So I'm a dinosaur right now. Most of the time, I've worked as a researcher in the field of vocational education and training research. TVET is the abbreviation. I'm sure nobody is familiar with that. It's also very specific German, the TVET issue, because we combine practical and theoretical training, and this is not as such in many, many other countries. So our research was very much focused on international comparison projects, partnerships for lifelong learning, governance in TVET, and competence diagnostics of young learners. And well, Right now, since 2020, I'm working for the international office, where also YUFE and our Welcome Center is located. And within YUFE, I have taken over some responsibility for the Work Package 8, which brought us together today, and also for Work Package 12, which is Impact and Dissemination. Unfortunately, Thomas, we haven't gone through that exercise of the TEFC tool. That's why I was asking so many questions. The main reason for it being a lack of resources. When it all started, we didn't know who should be doing it. And as I said, I read the Bible, and I found very good reasons of undertaking such exercise. And I liked it very much, but it wasn't possible. On the other hand, and this is also what I have to say, we've got plenty of initiatives and good relations, good cooperations in the region and locally, with so many different actors involved. Intensifying the cooperation between our university and the region is, and this has also to be mentioned, one of the 9 key strategy objectives of our universities. So if it comes to that, such activities are supported from the very top, which makes it easy also for people like Thomas. Yeah? But when it came to the question whether Bremen had some cherry-picked examples to be presented at this conference, of course, on the one hand, we said, yes, of course, we do have, but on the other hand, we had to discuss which ones to choose, at least based upon some of the TEFC tool criteria. Yeah? And as a matter of fact, we chose the example of the Here Ahead Academy as one example, and the example of Thomas with the senior citizens as another. One as a top-down initiative, one as a bottom-up, so that we have both elements in our presentations. So now I have to get this started. Yes. So what is Here Ahead? Here Ahead stands for Academy for Higher Education Access Development. It's an academy that functions a little like the German study colleagues that offer study preparation courses for international students coming to Bremen and also for refugees. And it is an academy, and you would say from that information what makes it special. I can say one reason why we chose it as a good example is that the Here Ahead Academy is one cooperation already in itself, because it combines the effort of 5 state-run universities in Bremen, which all do have the same problems when international students come and want to study in Bremen, and especially when refugees people are coming. So this is already a good reason, because we don't know any other example for that, but Bremen is a small city, and yeah, it was easy to convince also the Senate of Bremen to support this, to support this idea, to, in a way, let's say, outsource some activities of the Welcome Center, because there was a lot of pressure on their shoulders, especially during the crisis starting in 2015 with all the refugees from Syria coming in, and we needed to find a solution for all the universities that we're having in Bremen and Bremerhaven. So that was how it all started. And well, the second reason, you can probably imagine quite well, while the initial focus is always getting people started or help them getting started with language courses, with preparation courses of all kinds, including also courses for intercultural training, which is very, very important. This is just the one side of the academy. and in which they serve all the 5 universities in question. In fact, Here Ahead is way more than just an academy, just an institution that helps people getting started with language courses and intercultural training, which is already a lot, but one can probably quite well imagine that when coming to Bremen, there's so many challenges when starting a study program that cannot only be solved by learning the language properly or having some intercultural training commitments. And this is why I really want to show you the second big reason why we think with that academy we met a lot of the criteria that you also mentioned in TEFC. Here I can just show you the network that is included into the services of Here Ahead, because there is a lot of things to be done. Some people are coming with a traumatic background. Some people need housing. Some people need help when it comes to accommodate a whole family, which is very difficult in Bremen, as it is in other cities as well. So the network that is also involved into the services that the Academy is offering includes the job centers, the alumni network, cooperation with people like Thomas, voluntary workers of all kinds. We've got the honorary workers at churches, for example, which also offer their specific type of services. So at that point, when you consider the network that is all involved in this approach, you can say that Here Ahead is a very special institution, because the way it is organized, and I tell you, it's just 5 people sitting there, but financed by the state of Bremen, that recognized the difficulty that there is. You principally have a very holistic approach to solve the problem of an individual coming. And it doesn't stop where so many other programs would come to an end. So I would say it was worth choosing this example because it is a very successful one, because every team player can play his or her major cards and contribute to the benefit of the whole system. So if Mirja would have been here, she would have explained all the different services. I have to go through all of them because I know if you're interested in that, you could read it at home. And she would be happy to explain. But I think the key message is cooperation in the region, cooperation to the benefit of an individual, but also to the benefit of our institution. And what I do want to say is, and I don't want to skip the final slides that Mirja has been sending to us, this is what her experience is, or what the experience of her team is. Just keep talking, yeah? Keep communicating. Don't stop where it becomes getting a bit more difficult, so that you, at the end, can look back and say, okay, in the past years, we've been helping more than 700 people getting started in Bremen. We've got more than 350 graduates that have successfully passed their exams. So we all hope that this success story can continue, and we can also inspire some of you following such examples. Thank you very much. Oh, that's her. That's Mirja. And if she is listening, I hope she understands why I have been skipping so many of your slides. So anyway, if you've got any questions, feel free. Maybe I can answer them. Otherwise, we talk during lunchtime. What do you think? Yeah. Okay.
Can I have
Thank
a
you.
question
Yes.
about whether is it like a fully staffed office? So
yes.
The universities give money to staff that office?
The state. It's the city of Bremen, the senator.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, it was an initiative coming from the universities, and well, Bremen is a small city or small state, the smallest in our federal republic, and it's easy to get connected also to these to the political decision makers. Yes, that's maybe a big advantage that we do have in Bremen, and we like to solve problems like in a very practical approach, and wherever this is possible, it should be made possible. That's also kind of our Hanseatic way of thinking. Yeah.
Our next presenter is also from the University of Bremen. So Thomas, are you ready to steal the spotlight with your presentation? Yes?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. we all are hungry and tired now, so I will show you some pictures of happy people, and we all can have a smile. And this is our group. I speak loudly, yes, so I can move over there.
Thomas, please use the mic because of the people online. It's not about us.
This is a garden on the Bremen campus, and so yeah, sure. And as you see, our group, and there are some people of the staff. We all are happy, and this is Jule, my boss, and she also is happy, and we are some kind of a family, and this is very important to have a little group, not more than 10 people. And so, as I told you, you don't need any bureaucracy, or you mustn't be funded, and all the discussions you have. We have not, definitely not. And so I think my purpose is to convince you to install such groups. And it's in the beginning, you have some investment, of course. You need to find people. But in the end, we are running for 13 years now, and everybody is satisfied. So I'll give you some examples of things we are doing. We are no game changers. We are no the solution for complex problems or something else. It's very simple what we are doing. Yeah, okay. What can we do? What can we do in general? We provide a variety of voluntary services for international researchers and help newcomers to get started at the university, organize cultural events, travels, meetings. And so our organization structure is we have a Café International in an open space in university. Everybody can join and come. And yeah, once a week, and people are coming, and we are connecting. And so every person of our group has special interests. There are people speaking Spanish, Portuguese, or my interest is culture, and so everybody has its own story. Nobody is forced to do some strange things, and he can do it voluntarily. This is important. And if my boss, Jule, she is wonderful and motivating, and she's asking, Thomas, can you imagine to pick up a person from airport? And I hesitate 2 seconds, and I have the delight of the freedom to decide. Yeah, and I say, of course, Jule. Yeah, so okay, Café International, old people, young people, and the people we have. Yeah, I already told about them, and okay, and we are open for political discussions, and not within the limits of university. This is important. And for example, these persons are from Belarus, and they are full of need to inform, and we were invited to events, and I got to know they are so nationalist, and yeah. And I thought that it's not the right way to be in Germany, to be nationalist, yeah? And they get informations, we get informations, and so everybody can deal with this according to his own. Okay, the next one, good contacts with the university management. The installation of such groups has to be a top-down project. You must have the support of the leaders of university, and this is the vice president of international affairs and blah, blah, blah. And she's joining once a month our group, and she's appreciating the contact to people outside of the bubble. And she's asking her customers, the right lady on the right is a postdoc, and they can go to an, oh, we have the problem, blah, 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 can you do something for us? And yeah, and the 2 seniors. And this person is 86-year-old, and she is my Vorbild, my, yeah, okay, I want to be in this status when I'm at that age. So, yeah, the ordinary things we all are doing, of course, I hope. We are inviting people. We are talking to people, and eating and talking is one thing, and we have the time, we have the resources. Professors or professionals often don't have the time, and there are people from China, Africa, Korea, and yeah. And for example, the political impact we have is this person. This person is from China, and he is, yeah, the Chinese students and postdocs and are calling him Big Brother. And so he wondered what the senior citizens are doing. Yeah? And so I invited him to join, and we got friends. And it's for informal groups, sometimes it's more easy to handle delicate issues. During the time of pandemia, we had, in cooperation with Jule again, with International Office, a project for mental health. It was funded by a social insurance company, Techniker Krankenkasse, and this was really successful. We had so many customers and lots of discussions. And I will tell you one example. During these meetings, there was one person talking about committing suicide. And we got aware of this, and we made personal contact to her. and she could tell her story. We could lead her to the support system, and she recovered. And it's an absolutely interesting person. We are still in contact after 2 or 3 years, and she's back in China, and she's telling good stories about Germany. Yeah? And this also is important to have a good impression. And how much time do we have? 5, yeah. Oh, it's the same. Okay. And we could present this project within the Eurexis network in Nantes. And so I could travel to Nantes. So making friendship is a central aspect of our work. And the person on the left, I met him as a fresh postdoc. And it's now Professor Naoki Akaeda from University of Osaka. And he invited me, and I traveled to Japan, and I made contact to the equivalent of the international office. Sometimes we can give some support to yeah, this is visitors from Singapore, and I took them to the university around, and yeah, traveling, making friendship with these 3 Chinese PhD students, and one of them is an absolutely elite student in law, and she now is developing social welfare and union rights in a certain way in China. And so let's not exclude people for political reasons. It's not productive. Yeah, benefits for us, being invited to visit some installations. And yeah, the benefits, the political benefits. Yeah, it's just talking. It's labeling. Senior citizens are part of the university welcome services. Add-on existing services offered. Integration into the internationalization strategy. And this was important for the excellence initiative for Bremen. Yeah. And sometimes it's so small, it's nothing important, but it becomes an important part in some, yeah. Opening to the Bremen society we're talking about, contribution to anti-discrimination and diversity. Yeah, it's practical anti-discrimination. We talk to everybody. We don't discriminate anybody. And the woke community in university isn't speaking to Muslim people because they don't like the LGBTIQ plus project. And we don't care about that. Anti-bubble strategy we were talking about, easy to implement and easy to handle. So if you are interested for informations or practical help to install such a group, please contact Tony and Thomas. And Tony is has been a top manager in IBM, yeah, and he is effective. And when we have talking once a month, Thomas, 5 topics, 50 minutes time, 10 minutes for every topic, result. Bam! Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Questions, comments?
Well, it's a simple comment. Well, that's a very effective and fruitful way of investing in talent. Like this, and you said 8 times it's fun. It's fun. If it's ain't fun, don't do it. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. I'll just add, if retirement looks like this, traveling, cooking, making new friends, sign me up now. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much. So our next presentation is from University Carlos III in Madrid. So, Victor, the floor is yours.
So, as you know, Sylvia couldn't make it today, sadly, but I will present the core of the project, since I don't coordinate it directly, but I know more or less how it works, since we are part of the same team. And then I will present you a small volunteering initiative that we launched in September, and that is linked directly to this project for refugees or asylum-seeking women in the community of Madrid. And I have to use this. Yeah, and first disclaimer, I don't have any photo of happy people, I'm sorry. We have a video, but I'm not sure whether it will work correctly. So this will be only text and some schemes, and sorry for this. So we will start with some context and origins about the project, and then I will present it in more details, and I will end, as I said before, with the YUFE Mentors for Refugees initiative that has been launched in September. So this is the video. If I think it doesn't work, so I will put the next slide. So something to know is that this initiative is aligned with different dimensions within the university. So as we've put here, the statuses, the strategic plan of the university that has been approved in 2014. This is not strictly a YUFE practice, but linked to the Alliance through the volunteering program. And since we've launched the pilot in September, we don't have any concrete results yet, but it's quite successful so far, so we're happy, and we are quite optimistic for the future. So here you can see all the context and origins that are linked to the project. So for instance, within YUFE, we already had volunteering programs for refugees and migrants citizens in the city of Leganés, which is where we have one of our campuses. We also have help desks for migrants in the same town to solve legal issues for refugee people. We also had some previous experiences with people coming from Iraq, Syria, and Ukraine in the previous years that we managed to integrate within the university. So Sylvia would know more about the numbers and everything, but I remember that, for instance, in case of Ukraine, 2 years ago we welcomed 60 students and 17 teachers within the university, so either to attend classes or to give lectures about their specialty. So we already had quite a good basis to work on it and really implement something more institutionalized, which is about this project. So the goal of our initiative is to bolster the rights of refugee women, and by integrating them within the university community and granting them a short amount of money to help them to continue to live in Madrid. There is a strong right-based, feminist and gender-based approach that we are assuming, and we try to promote this as well at the local level. So initially, we wanted to give 2 grants of 3,000 euros each to 2 women. But when we launched the call, we received 18 wonderful, how do you say? Yeah, thank you. So we decided to give those 2 grants, but also to give to everyone access to language courses, some IT training such as like Excel classes, a full access to sports centers, so that everyone can be part of the university community, even if they don't have this grant. Yeah. So how does the program work? Each refugee woman has its own academic tutor. We have these YUFE mentors for refugees that I will talk about later. And then you can see the full list of things that I already mentioned, such as Excel courses, employment guidance, counseling. There is also a focus on psychological support for these women, because as you can imagine, they had a long story, sometimes and often difficult. So it was important for us to help them as well in regarding this aspect of their life. And something that I will mention now, because I will forget it later, is that 3 out of these 18 women are participating in YUFE activities. One in the language cafes to learn English and to practice, and 2 other in volunteering activities, one with the Red Cross in Getafe, and another in Leganés with an NGO called Save the Children. It's like educational support, more or less. So we are quite happy, because 2 months after, they are already part of the YUFE stuff. To do so, we've been in touch with a lot of internal departments and people within the university. So the UCFriend Foundation, especially for the tuition fees that we removed for them, and the Excel language courses, the Sports and Activities Center, human resources, well, some things that I already mentioned. And yeah, when we launched the call, it has been reviewed by professionals, like the Red Cross and the local United Nations representatives, so that we don't offer something that is not adapted to them. And it was really useful to count on them. We've communicated the call through different external partners who are in touch with refugees women, some NGOs for women from Afghanistan, for instance. So you have the list just in the PowerPoint. As Ursel mentioned, you can read it at home if you're interested. And yeah. So here you can see the numbers. So we have 6 people from Afghanistan, 3 from Colombia, 1 from Russia, 5 from Ukraine, and 3 from Venezuela. And you can see so far the rate of the women that has been participating in the thing that we offer. So yeah, 14, for instance, in academic programs such as master's degrees or bachelor degrees, because something to know is that there is a wide range of ages. For instance, 2 women from Afghanistan are just 25 years old, so they are very young and are in bachelor degree. Some were judges in their countries, so they are like 50 years old and a whole career behind them. So they all have needs, different needs, and that's why they don't participate in the same activities. We also created a WhatsApp group with the mentors and the women, so that, and us, as of course, so that if they have questions or doubts or whatever, we can quickly get in touch with them without sending emails, which are more, yeah, you know. And now I will focus a bit more on the YUFE Mentors for Refugees that we launched in September. So the idea behind this volunteering is to support those 18 women by putting them in touch with students from the university. So the duration is for the whole academic year. And we looked for 4 students so that each one of them can be in touch with 4 to 5 women and have like a privileged relation with them, and as the Maastricht team mentioned yesterday, to learn from each other is something important for us, and you will see later that it's quite working already. We had the first meeting with the YUFE mentors, so to present them a bit more the program and see if they are still interested, because it can sound a bit impressive when you are students and you are 19 years old or 20 years old. You're very young, so maybe you don't want to be part of this. It might be too much. But so far we haven't lost anyone, so this is good. We set some requirements for the students. So for instance, being enrolled at least in the 3rd year of bachelor's degrees, so that we have people with some experience in the university and they can show everything, how the library works, how the sports center works, and this kind of stuff. Being fluent in English, of course, and motivation, because this is all about this, of course. So we had to close the registrations after 1 week because we received more than 10 registrations, and we selected 4 of them, basically because they had an international background. For instance, 2 of them were born, one in England, another one in Uzbekistan, so they know what is it to live in another country. And the 2 other students studied abroad with Erasmus, something like this. So it's not the same thing, obviously, but at least they know how is it about to live in another context. Yeah, so 3 of them are studying a bachelor's degrees and 1 in master. And that's it. After the first meeting, we paired them with the women, depending on the students' degrees, to see if it matches with the refugees, the campus, so that they can be at the same place and see each other quite easily, nationality, language case, and these kind of things that you can imagine. And after this meeting, we emailed the refugee women to tell them that they have their mentor, and that we let them free. We let them choose whether they want to share their mobile phone, their WhatsApp, and we give them this choice, basically. For the students, it was important for us to give them some training before starting. So we get in touch with the psychologist of the university, so that he can give an overview of what is it to be in touch with refugee women, and how to manage your emotions, how to talk with them, and to be out of place with them. So, and I think this was something very important for the students, and that we will repeat the next year. Of course, they also participated in the civic engagement activities intro training. That is more about what is the community engagement, what are the values of what we are doing, the skills and attitudes that you will develop. It's a bit different, but it's important as well. So what are their tasks and missions? So for these first editions, we want them to organize at least 4 meetings with their little group of women refugees to talk about maybe the problems, the issues, what has been well, and what they want to talk about, because they are free to, to choose their topics. We also want them to prepare an onboarding document for next year volunteers, so that they can give us feedback from their experience and help us to better elaborate the next edition depending on their experience. They will support the beneficiaries of the program by attending events, because one of the main objectives of the grants and things that we provide to these women is to help them to, from one hand, be part of the university community, and on the other hand, to be part of the Spanish community, so find a job, getting involved in their community. And so in September there was a job fair at the university, so we told the students to go there with their I don't know how, yeah, that's with their users. So this was a good pretext to meet for the first time. And yeah, of course they can also reach out to the YUFE help desk for migrants in case they have legal issues, for instance for the work permit, or to ask for grants from the state, or anything like from formalities. And of course, the students don't participate because they want to earn either credits or have a certificate. But for us, I think it's important to reward them, because not everybody is able to be part of such an important program. So we will give them the Civic Star by the end of the year if they achieve 50 hours. So for those who don't know what is it, it's some kind of European certificate issued by the YUFE Alliance. So it can help them to find later a job or internship or whatever by showing it to their employers. And they, in case of bachelor students, they can also earn 2 ECTS after 50 hours or 3 ECTS after 75 hours. So this is not their main motivations, but we think that it's at least something that we can do for them once they conclude their experience. And there are also something that has been made by the YUFE Alliance, this chart that you can see about the skills and attitudes that students develop through volunteering. So yeah, it's also something that we show them that they can know they will be a different person by the end of their participation. And yeah, we just received a first testimony from one of our students. So it's been only 2 months since the launch of the program, but she already says that her main motivation was to have a real impact of people, not only those around us, I mean by social context I imagine, but those who are far from her reality in this case. She already talked about what you mentioned yesterday about learning in both directions, so the mentors learn from the refugees' experience and vice versa. And she also says that initially it sounded like a big challenge for her, but that after 2 months it's easier than what she imagined, and that it's going quite well so far. And so yeah, in conclusion, some lessons learned so far. We can have a high impact with little money, thanks to the resources from the university, from the foundations, the language centers, the IT sports centers. So this is something good to know, because sometimes we always say that we don't have any budget, but in this case we managed to do something good with little resources. We also use YUFE programs. We were able to build new relationships and support networks amongst women and with students. And it was, yeah, a simple way of providing access to higher educations to refugee citizens. So that's it. If you have any questions, let me know.
Which is the so the ECTS they get at the end. I mean, is there a kind of in addition to their initial motivational kind of letter, is there then a reflection, or how do they kind of how does that bit work?
Yes.
Of getting awarded the ECTS, is it's not just the hours. There's also some kind of reflection.
Yeah.
Process.
So to award the ECTS, we ask them to participate in the intro training for students, and to earn the Civic Star, you also have to complete a brief questionnaire, which is called Reflection Report. Okay. So initially they told us what are their goals and what are their motivations, what they want to achieve through this volunteering, and at the end of their participation, they reflect on all of these things, and they just tell us what if they had any issues, what was their experience, have they grown as a person, or something like that.
It's all available on YUFE.
Yeah. That's it. So, thank you.
Our next presenter is from NCU, so Piotr, if you're ready.
Hello everybody, this is the second day. I think we can go outside in the community, but thanks a lot for the invitation for this occasion to speak about the university. I was working in the university for 10 years ago, NCU, just now know. Thank you for Madam Rector, thank you Magda for the beginning of our cooperation. It was short after pandemic. Magda called me, we don't know, informal, without money, and it was the start. And I will show you our idea for do this better, this cooperation. In the first part, short, maybe not so short for Ola. You can decide if this is short promoting, short film or not short, about Torun, the city, the university, and our cooperation, and in the second part, some pictures about our volunteers and what we do together. Thank you very much.
Witam, moje nazwisko Piotr Zariczny, reprezentuję Centrum Wsparcia Biznesu, Urząd Miasta Torunia. Urodziłem się w tym mieście, tak jak ten gość, który stoi za mną. On się tutaj urodził co prawda 500 lat temu, ale on dokonał wielkich rzeczy, słuchajcie. On wstrzymał słońce, ruszył ziemię. I wy tutaj w Toruniu, studiując na UMK w ramach programu YUFE, możecie zrobić dokładnie to samo. Zapraszamy was do Torunia, zapraszamy was w ramach młodych uniwersytetów dla przyszłości Europy, które tu są i tak jak ten rewolucjonista działacie. Za chwilę powiem wam więcej o tym mieście, o tych wszystkich atrakcjach, które na was czekają. 250 lokali, bary, knajpy, restauracje. Pójdziemy jeszcze nad Wisłę. Słuchajcie, to jest historyczne centrum Torunia. Tu wszyscy się spotykają w każdych okolicznościach. Teraz jesteśmy nad Wisłą. Słuchajcie, Toruń to nie tylko miasto uniwersyteckie, Toruń to nie tylko miasto Kopernika, ale Toruń to również miasto hanzeatyckie. To właśnie dzięki tej Wiśle rósł tutaj handel. Toruń to do dzisiaj zresztą miasto kupców. Kupców jest tutaj wiele jest małych i średnich biznesów i dlatego my jako Centrum Wsparcia Biznesu Urzędu Miasta Torunia wspieramy rozwój lokalnego biznesu, rozwój przedsiębiorczości i dzięki waszym stażom u nas możecie te wszystkie umiejętności nabyć. Gorąco zapraszam was do Torunia, przyjeżdżajcie. Niemcy mówią, a Toruń to też w dużej mierze miasto niemieckie, studieren heißt probieren, więc wypróbujcie tego wszystkiego. Z naszym centrum będziecie brali udział w różnych kongresach, będziecie się przemieszczali po tej przepięknej starówce, będziecie dotykali tych gotyckich murów. Wszystko na wyciągnięcie ręki, warto spróbować. A teraz jesteśmy w samym centrum akademickiego Torunia, jesteśmy pod rektoratem Uniwersytetu Mikołaja Kopernika. Słuchajcie, tutaj jest Mikołaj Kopernik, patron naszego miasta, patron tego uniwersytetu, no i do tego człowiek, który zmienił świat, zrewolucjonizował spojrzenie na świat i my też tak działamy na tym uniwersytecie. Chcemy, żeby młodzi ludzie zmieniali świat, szukamy liderów biznesu. Tutaj jest charakterystyczna rzecz dla naszego uniwersytetu, układ heliocentryczny, układ, który określi Mikołaj Kopernik w takiej nowej odsłonie. Zachęcamy, przyjeżdżajcie do Torunia, studiujcie w Toruniu. Słuchajcie, mamy naprawdę piękny, duży uniwersytet z tradycjami. Za nami rektorat Uniwersytetu Mikołaja Kopernika. Słuchajcie, tam mieści się Biuro Mobilności Edukacyjnej, Biuro Spraw Międzynarodowych. Tam studenci YUFE załatwiają swoje formalności. Wszystko jest w zasięgu ręki. Później pokażemy wam jeszcze całe centrum akademickie, Bielany. I właściwie w tym miejscu żyje nasz student, studentka toruńska. To jest miejsce, które kojarzymy z wymianą międzynarodową, to jest miejsce, które kojarzymy z wielkimi międzynarodowymi konferencjami, które odbywają się tuż obok, więc jeszcze raz powtórzę, jeżeli chcecie studiować w Toruniu, to pod patronatem Mikołaja Kopernika, w sercu Polski, nad Wisłą. W tle widzicie bibliotekę uniwersytecką, no to miejsce pełne wiedzy, pełne historycznych ksiąg, ale nie o tym chciałem powiedzieć. Co prawda dzisiaj zimno, mamy listopad, ale słuchajcie, w maju w Toruniu odbywają się tutaj juwenalia. Zobaczcie ten basen, możecie sobie wyobrazić, co tu się dzieje w maju. Jaka tu jest atmosfera, jak jest gorąco, jak studenci się bawią, grają na gitarach, no i do tego jeszcze wspaniałe jedzenie. No i wymiana myśli. Tu się, proszę Państwa, toczy życie Torunia. Jeszcze raz zapraszam Was na te juwenalia w maju. Studenci YUFE, przyjeżdżajcie z całego świata.
I hope
we want to come and
this is the premiere, yes. But why I decided to show this here in Rijeka? It was a job of 2 hours because of help. YUFE students, they learn us how to communicate today with pictures, not so many words. And I think my question is, how many people knows about our initiative in Rijeka, in Maastricht, in Antwerp, in Bremen? I think this is a good example to make a loud company for these very good projects. And I show you some happy people.
Especially one.
But it's for us. It was in the office. We are 10 together in the office, small unit of business support, public institution, and it was. I don't know how to say, reverse mentoring for us, and this is in the university life, I think, a very, very important thing to do it. Okay. This is old town in Torun, inviting. I show you, come to us. We have also fine places for make cooperation to bring students close to business. This is our idea in the city during the study. Also YUFE volunteers. Torun is not so near, but you see. We have similar directions. About Torun city, it's not a big city, about 2,100 residents, about 2 million tourists per year, good located in the head of Poland, north head of Europe. This factor is not only important for us, also for students. About the student city, Toruń, maybe in the discussion, and just this, what I would like to show you. Conrad Jones from United States. There was the first one of YUFE student. They go all direction with us. All congresses, business meetings, sport event, cultural event, very active, and you see, promoting for Polish soaps. With YUFE student Guli from Turkey, then Giang Vu from Vietnam was with us short after pandemic, I think 7 months or the longest time, I show you next picture what we do together. On the left, Nabila Rabani from Indonesia, and on the right, Zere Medvedeva from Kazakhstan. Nabila is living stay in Toruń and job. Zere is in Italian. We have contact to YUFE students. Giang is in Norway and make own startup. This is our Congress job with Enterprise Europe Network, a speed meeting, business meeting with one startup from Hungary on the left, and on the right is a student business meeting in our office. And so pictures, one on the right. This is a Drontech World Meeting, the biggest Drontech conference in Poland. And the second one, well, economy, I don't know more. We have a program for companies, for business, and people help us. YUFE students, YUFE volunteers was helping us. Do you know this job, event management, promoting, Thomas, studieren heißt probieren. Wie ist das in Englisch? Ich weiß es nicht, aber das ist ja dieses, sorry for my English. Ich würde gerne lieber Deutsch sprechen, aber yeah. But one thing is very important: YUFE students speaks in our office English, and this is also a part of reverse mentoring. Okay, that was, I think. Thank you very much.
Any questions? In English or German?
Yeah. In English, maybe help you, Magda, help me by difficult questions.
No questions?
Bartek. Okay.
Because I'm already long, I miss my city. I live in Warsaw now, so I really miss my city.
This is the question for you. You are outside of Toruń. Why do you come to Toruń, to our university? For studying.
I was born outside of Toruń, and I actually could study somewhere else.
I moved to Torun to study, and it was a very conscious choice because I felt in love in the city as I visited it as a high school student. I came for a festival, music festival, and I got so impressed with the city, with the atmosphere of the city, with the medieval old town, and it made such an impression that I couldn't imagine myself in Warsaw or in any other, bigger place with something else. So I did all I could to get to this university, which was very competitive at the time, and I was thinking about studying law, and I took part in the it was a contest for high schoolers in human rights. So you could get a place on law faculty by winning it. So I was in the finals, and I got a place in a law faculties in some other worse universities, but not in Torun. I wasn't so good, so lucky, and but I got a place on sociology, and sociology was also very popular. I remember that for one place on sociology there were 14 competitors. So if I had to pass exams and compete with 14 other people, I wouldn't get to that sociology faculty. So I wanted to be in Torun, so I skipped the law, I chose the sociology, I become a sociologist. I'm very happy about it because the sociology faculty in Torun is great, and I could study in my dreamed, city of my dreams, and I stayed there for most of my life, and I'm very happy that I could live there, raise my children there. It's a great place to live. So really great place to visit also. So I encourage you, the Erasmus Plus is there for you. So please come.
Yeah, because I explained short why this question. But Torun is the best research university in North Poland, but not the biggest. We have, in Warsaw, in Krakow, in Wrocław, in Poznań, Gdańsk, bigger. And YUFE students, young people from the world, they go to these bigger cities. And I think this is a good alternative, also provincial. I don't know, Madam Rector, provincial university is not good.
I'm sorry. So yes, I can say that in this region, our university is the best one and the biggest one. And this university is also a comprehensive university. So this university is only one, because we have some other universities in Bydgoszcz, but there are not comprehensive universities, and they are not so big. And also we've got extra money because we are one of 10 universities which were chosen by our Ministry of Science and Education, and we got extra money for our research. So we can say actually that we are one of 10 the best universities in Poland. And now we are also in YUFE Alliance, so we can say that we are the best university in Poland as well. Thank you.
Two words to make and finish. This reverse mentoring, Ola talking about this yesterday, and this cross-marketing, I think this without cost, informal. I remember our cooperation, informal, without institutional procedure and other things that can really help. Thank you very much.
Ignore the sounds of lunch being prepared. We still have 2 presentations to go, and the first one is from the University of Cyprus.
Okay, I cannot see very well from here, so I will move there and use the microphone. Well, it's kind of late, and my presentation is supposed to be somewhat different from what we've heard over the past couple of days, so I hope I will wake you up. I have many slides. I will try to be quick. So I would like to thank again the organizers for this great invitation and the opportunity to meet all of you and listen to your views on several issues relating to the YUFE and the several exciting actions you described about the various issues we discussed. Immigrants, refugees, my place under the sun, children in poverty. Those were very stimulating issues to me, somewhat away from the hard rock science and research, which is what I do. So what I am going to present you is our experience in Cyprus, a small country, less than 1 million population, with an academic history of only a little more than 30 years. Our medical school is only 10 years old, where I am a professor, where I teach and do research. So in Cyprus, everything is new. But I am growing old. So my presentation is going to be on the biobanking and the Cyprus Human Genome Project, which is a big project, one of the biggest, if not the biggest ever, funded in Cyprus for developing a research infrastructure. So what is it? So I'm going to explain you very briefly what a biobank is, why it is useful, how we engage the community, and the first results of the research around the use of the material of the biobank. And yes, we are doing this and we are having fun as well. Well, I thought I should put this not because you don't know it, you probably know it better than I do, but I would like to say that in the mission, doesn't work. Yeah, I know, okay. So our mission has an overlap with the mission of YUFE, because become a successful model of a socially responsible European university, and what we do is that, in a way, the biobank contributes to this mission because there is no biobank without engagement of university people and community people of the general population. I mean, it's a must. Now, what is a biobank? A biobank is a very systematic collection of material and data, essentially. And when I say data, I concentrate on personal data, demographic data, and health data, clinical data, medication, and so on and so forth. There's no meaning of having a biobank with only just samples, DNA, for example, not associated with data concerning the volunteer. And a key word here is volunteer. You need the engagement of the community. You need people to show interest in coming forward and enrolling to this biobank. And another way to look at it, a biobank is a bank, but except of storing and collecting money, you store knowledge. Well, actually, you store material and data, and the interest is knowledge that we invest in better medication, better diagnosis, better therapies. Actually, the idea of a biobank was one of the 10 ideas changing the world, according to the Time magazine back in 2009. And that's about when I took the initiative to start a biobank in Cyprus. And to start a biobank in Cyprus, like any other project, you need money, of course, a lot of money. So we first started in 2010, that we got a big grant for the Cyprus situation, for the Cyprus research ecosystem. It was a €2 million grant to start, for the first time, a strategic research infrastructure, and we got approval by the Cyprus National Bioethics Committee in 2011. The money was good, but not good enough. So subsequently, in 2019, we got a very big grant from the European Commission of 15 million euro to upgrade our biobank into a center of excellence. So our center of excellence, it comes by the name biobank.cy. It's a center of excellence in research and innovation, in biobanking and biomedical research. And we have funding for 16 years altogether. This is from the signing of the contract back in 2019 in Brussels. And one other way to look at the biobank is the following. For a researcher who has a need for biological material and data, having access to a biobank is like getting ready to run a marathon. When you run a marathon, everybody is waiting on the line, on the start line, and somebody is prepared to shoot, and everybody starts running. Well, if you have access to a biobank, it's like running a marathon, but you're already 10 kilometers ahead of the others. Why? Because you have ready-made material. You don't need to go out and collect it. You don't need to invest much more money. You just go to the biobank, you make an application, and get the material if it's available through that infrastructure. So our mission is building on a cutting-edge biomedical research infrastructure. We aspire to create new knowledge for improving human health and contribute to the prevention, diagnosis, prognosis, and therapy of diseases. In doing so, we are also trying to create or implement a new concept, which I heard today by somebody, I don't remember who, the citizen science or citizen scientist concept. We would like every citizen to be part of it and feel it and contribute. We have a frequent presence at the university campus where we inform students, mostly students, and we invite them to become volunteers and participate to the biobank. We are running around the island giving lectures to various places, myself and my colleagues. We give lectures in villages, municipalities, major corporates, NGOs, you name it. We launch awareness events in large malls, schools, and other places. We publish and we disseminate leaflets delivered to major stakeholders. We visit schools. We have laboratory demonstrations at schools or at our places, our premises. Social media, of course, press. We do everything in our capacity to increase awareness of what the biobank is all about. Because a successful biobank is one that has as many samples as possible. There isn't enough. You just need to collect as many as possible. The sky is the entire population. The project, as I said, was a big one. It was very competitive. It was addressed to countries which are kind of weaker in absorbing research money, okay? And Cyprus was and still is one of them. We succeeded in getting 50 million euro from the European Commission. And the agreement was that if we get it, the government of Cyprus was supposed to match it with another 15 million euro. So that's already 30 million euro. No matter where you are, it's big money, but it's big business, very expensive business, okay? And also the University of Cyprus is also adding another 8 million euro. Our partners are the Medical University of Graz, which has one of the best biobanks in Europe, if not the world, and the BNB MRI ERIC. The BNB MRI ERIC is an ERIC, it's a consortium, European consortium of biobanks. And countries become members of this BNB MRI ERIC. Cyprus also was an observer and then became full member with our initiative and this funding. Very quickly, we are located at the Medical School of the University of Cyprus in Nicosia. We have the appropriate places for enrollment of patients. We have a dedicated biobank laboratory, which is separate from our research laboratory. We have freezers, minus 80 degrees freezers. We have 12 by now, where we store DNA, plasma, serum, and urine. And depending on the needs, we may also store saliva for people who are researchers who are collecting saliva. Digital storage, we have digital systems for entering the data, of course. No need to go into details. For people who know, we use a RedCap and Open Specimen. Open Specimen is the Biobank Information Management System, which is a management system dedicated, devoted, custom-made for biobanks. Another premise we have is a satellite one somewhere in the center of Nicosia, more offices, contemporary equipment, state-of-the-art equipment, specifically for DNA analysis. We can do all kinds of DNA analysis, except for genome sequencing. It's very expensive, and it's not worth doing it for a small place like ours. So we do outsourcing. Okay. Becoming a volunteer and participating to the biobank is very easy. You can make a call or sign on our website online. You fix an appointment. A research nurse is waiting for you. They inform you. You sign the consent form, and then you respond to a long questionnaire with many questions regarding yourself, your family, your diet, your exercise, your medication if you take any, your health issues and the family issues. And then you give blood and urine, which is brought to the biobank, where it's coded, processed, and stored at -80. We have many, many projects in progress already. Some of them are funded by this big project, the CY Biobank project. Some of them are funded separately. We do general population biobanking, which means everybody in the population, no matter whether they are sick or healthy. We don't discriminate healthy or diseased. It's important that when they register in the biobank, when they respond to the questionnaire at the biobank, they are asked whether they are sick, whether they have a personal or family history of any disease, a heart condition, for example, a kidney condition, a cancer. So it's all written there. So this is general biobanking. But at the same time, we have separately funded projects which are more disease-specific. For example, we have a very good cohort of people with inherited kidney diseases or inherited heart conditions and others. And all of this, it goes without saying, it's available for research to every researcher, not only in Cyprus, but also abroad. The consent form that we have obtained is broad consent. We participate in the Genome of Europe. Maybe Croatia does too. It's a project, it's a pan-European project where the aim is to sequence initially 100,000 and then subsequently up to 1 million Europeans, whole genome sequencing. And the reason Cyprus as a country could join this effort was simply because we did have already this biobank. We have already done the first 1,446 whole exomes. So for the first time, we are building up what I call the reference genome of Cypriots. Okay? We are in the process of analyzing it. Our aim is to exceed 5,000, and also we would like to do at least 1,500 whole genomes, which we are going to do by outsourcing, as I mentioned before. Very briefly, this is what we collect. And as I said, we store DNA, plasma serum, and urine. This is a snapshot of what we've collected so far. And as you can see, by the token of the origin of the parents of the volunteer, not the address, but the origin, we have covered adequately well the entire island of Cyprus. This is a very good checkup that we perform for every one of the volunteers, and the results of this checkup is returned back to the volunteer for free, of course, and it's stored, it's archived in our database for future use or by the use of anybody who's interested in exploiting this material. These are numbers of samples that we have collected for the different projects. For example, for the general population, we have more than 4,000 samples already, and the other numbers reflect other specific projects, like, for example, eye problems from one single eye center, nearly 2,000 samples, and so on and so forth. And there are other smaller collections as well, which are curated by other people, and the biobank acts as a custodian. In other words, we help them build up their own cohorts for their own research. Again, a snapshot of what we collected over the time. There's a little bit more females than males. Maybe women are altogether less hesitant to participate in these kind of projects. And it's interesting that out of this, well, it's not exactly a random population, but it's a good sample. You can appreciate that up to 17% of people reported that they have hypertension, 7% osteoporosis, and so on and so forth. So we are creating already a very good idea about the health architecture of the Cypriot citizen.
Sorry, what is hypertension?
I'm sorry?
What is hypertension?
High blood pressure. Okay. We have by now more than 9,500 volunteers altogether, general population and disease specific. And by studying the DNA through whole exomes, we call it the CyProm project. We are already on version 3 of the CyProm project, which is based on 1,446 Cypriots of the general population. I will give you the first results out of this exercise, unpublished yet. We have done the sequencing with the General Genetics Center, which is the genetics center of a big pharma company in New York, and a private company that we outsourced. As I said before, all samples, and it's very important that all of these samples are associated with detailed personal demographic and health data, including medication, if any. We harmonized this data by bioinformatics. I have expert bioinformaticians who can do this. And we derive data regarding pathogenic DNA variants, okay? So this is where the beef is. The beef is what is the pathogenic molecular burden of the Cypriot population. And we concentrated on actionable genes. Actionable genes are genes that by definition of the American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics, it's 81 genes where if you have a pathogenic mutation, a pathogenic variant, you should know about it and you can do something about it. So out of this exercise, we ended up having variants, findings in 45 genes of 246 participants, which is 17% of the total. And you can see these are just names of genes. This approach was a rather light approach, not very strict, but if we go to a stricter one, using data from ClinVar. ClinVar is an online database which reports pathogenic variants in the different genes, which are by default, or they are accepted to be classified as pathogenic or likely pathogenic. Even with that data, with that database, we have findings in 17 genes and 38 people of the general population, representing 2.6%. Now, to make it simple, these 38 people of the general population have pathogenic DNA variants in all of these genes, and they run a high risk of developing a heart condition, a cancer, or any other disease. And they may or may not know it. Most probably, most of them do not know it. So it's our job to validate this and go back and let them know, because they are at high risk. And this is more concentrated on cancer-related genes, where we found 50 individuals with pathogenic variants in 11 different cancer-related genes. So this is the first class of diseases that we decided to validate and go back and communicate the data to the patients and their doctors. And we are working on it. So in conclusion, biobanks are useful sine qua non infrastructures. You cannot live without them, that are changing the world of medicine and pharmaceutical approaches. They follow strict procedures and high standards of quality and confidentiality. Every person should be given the opportunity to participate in biobanks and research projects voluntarily. This is what we call the citizen scientist. And if you have the opportunity to participate in a biobank in your neighborhood, do it. It's voluntarily. I mean, we've been talking yesterday and today about volunteerism. Let's do it. Without research, we know there is no progress. And in Cyprus, for the first time, we are preparing the CyPROM, which is the Cypriot reference genome. Genetic medicine is the most effective means for applying public preventive health policy. And this CyPROM project, like many other similar projects around the world, are indeed contributing to prevention. We invest in the biobank, we invest in a healthier world, we invest in a healthier Cyprus. This is our motto. Thank you very much for your attention. Of course, I need to thank many people. I need to thank many people, colleagues and others in Cyprus and abroad, and of course the organizations who are funding us, which is the European Commission and the Research Promotion Foundation in Cyprus.
Thank you. Questions? Comments, reflections?
I mean, maybe I didn't understand, so I just want to double check, because obviously it's quite complex. But so you're collecting the data of the participants, and you can inform them of what they can do, but how can they have a broader public health? So who else has maybe the same genetic thing, but they don't know it, and then how can you reach those people? Or is it the aim that one day you will have, you know, such a large sample that you can...
Maybe there is a three-pronged approach. Number one concerns the volunteer, the participant per se. Because when we are ready, I mean, we've been already working on that for 5 years, but we had started nearly from scratch. So it was okay. We also went through the pandemic, which started right after we launched the project. So the first person to be benefited is the volunteer by giving them back the checkup I mentioned, first of all, but also a genetic finding, if there is one, okay? That's number one. Number two is that when we are ready and we're getting there, we will have a talk with the Ministry of Health and see how we can modify or launch new public policy strategies for prevention based on what we found, okay? Because we are now generating a global picture of how frequent some diseases are, where they may be frequent than others, because even though we are a small island, we know for a fact, because I've been doing genetic research in Cyprus for more than 30 years, so I know for a fact where some diseases are more frequent than others. And number three, much of the work that I described and other that I did not describe is part of a running research project. And that means that you do not only have separate individual patients, sporadic cases, but you have families, okay? And in my archive, we have hundreds and hundreds of families with inherited kidney disorders. You know, inherited kidney disorders, in case you don't know it, it's a very frequent disease, very frequent disease. The same for inherited cardiomyopathies and arrhythmias. These are the two most frequent inherited diseases worldwide. And then you have, of course, inherited cancers and others. So by generating this wealth of information, you give back to the patients and their relatives very, very useful information for preventive purposes. It's a very frequent event for me, being there for so many years. It's a very frequent event to receive a call or an email from a doctor asking for their patients, and either I have already the information in my archive, in my database, and I give it to them, or I know what's running in the family, and I can check the next young patient who was born only 5 years ago or 10 years ago, and I studied the family 25 years ago. I hope I covered you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But do you expect that maybe one day everyone will want to participate in this? Sorry, and that maybe one day, is that the final aim, that basically you'll have the entire population?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
That's the idea. I believe that if it runs long enough, and through the awareness, there's a campaign going on all the time, I believe that most people will come forward. Yeah, we would like them to come forward because it's the only way to really do global genetic screening and take advantage of this data, use all of this data and material for future research, for diagnostic or purposes, or even discovery of new drugs, biomarkers, and all of that.
I want to express my impression that your work is great, and especially in contrast to what we have in our country, that this kind of checkup of the genome and your genes against those potentially hurtful genes can be done only commercially. So that's you're serving such a possibility for free. That's wonderful. And what I want to ask is that you mentioned that you're aware that the sample is not representative, though it's really nice. When I see the pyramid, that's the demographics is really nice. But still, when you showed the data about self-reporting about diseases, do you check whether, for example, someone reports as hypertension, and this is easy to check. You can basically measure the so to check, basically, don't you have some kind of filtering, because probably people more aware of their health or more interested in their health, maybe even hypochondriacs would be more represented in your sample. To be aware of that.
Yes, that's one concern, and it's a valid question. Unfortunately, in Cyprus, there is no yet general e-health system. There's no electronic health record. Hopefully, we are going to have soon, but we still don't. And it was part of the Biobank, actually, project. We have our own internal, let's say, electronic health record through the Biobank. For every volunteer, we have easy access to the data digitally. But the nurses we employ are licensed nurses. They are trained, and they know how to ask the question and how to record the data. Most of the times, if not all, they ask the volunteers who are taking medication, they ask them to bring with them their medication, and therefore they know how to report it. They know how to, even if the patient doesn't remember exactly what he's taking, when they say they take something for hypertension, for example, or for a heart condition, they know how to guide them and get the information. So even though it is not information written down by the medical doctor, we feel very confident that it reflects reality to a great extent.
So it's not auto-diagnosis, it's not just self-reporting, it's something more.
But if somebody, the most frequent ailments in the general population are heart conditions, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease. These are the most frequent ailments. So if somebody has a kidney condition, he knows it. He's taking medication, ACE inhibitors or whatever. If he has an arrhythmia, he knows it. Diabetes or high cholesterol, they know it. These are the most frequently used medications in the general population. Now, if somebody is taking something very, very specific, and he or she didn't want to disclose it, I mean, there's not much you can do about it.
Thank you very much. I have one question concerning this data sharing system, because you mentioned that when volunteer is giving you a consent, it's a broad consent. How broad? I mean, can an insurance company get the data? Can a future employee get the data and then decide, oh, you're going to have just a 3 years long contract because, you know, there are certain risks out there? Could, I don't know, a partner, future husband, wife get a data to figure out if there are any kind of, so yeah, to make it a long story short, how broad this consent is, and are volunteers actually aware of it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, you really asked all the critical questions, and this is one of the most critical as well, regarding ethics and confidentiality and safety of data. Well, we take every action possible in our capacity to keep the data and the samples safe, inaccessible from the outside world. We all know that it's impossible to be 100% safe, but we are trying to be as close to 100% safe. The data are not accessible to non-authorized people. If an insurance company comes to us and asks for any data, of course, we will refuse. And they know it, they will not do it. Even the participant or the mother of the participant or the husband of the, if they need to have access to the data, we ask them to send an email and say who they are and why they are asking for it. So they are safe to the extent that we can all appreciate how safe they can be. The consent is indeed broad in the sense that the samples and the data can be used in any future project, either in Cyprus or abroad, provided that the research project they are going to be used has already an approval by an ethics committee. And in addition to this, the interested researcher is asked to file an online quick application to explain who they are, whether they have funding and they have approval, and what they want to use the samples for, so that we know that we're giving out this treasure, because it's really a treasure which it's costing a lot. For every participant, you may find it difficult to believe that the cost for every participant, from the moment they enter the enrollment room to the point that the samples end up in the freezer at -80, it's close to 500 euro for every participant, because many people are working around this operation. So we want to know who is asking for the samples and whether they are going to use it for a good purpose. Is it anonymized? Well, being a member in a biobank, it's not a good idea to be anonymized. Anonymized means, according to the GDPR, and I'm sorry if I'm becoming very detailed, but it's a very important question. We know what GDPR is. According to the GDPR regulation, anonymous, which is a Greek word, means that you don't know who the sample or the data belong to, and there is no way to connect it to the person, okay? We don't want that. The samples are pseudonymized, coded. So if there is a reason, any reason in the future to identify the person, there is a code through which, and there is a procedure through which you can go and find out, and only very few people can do this. One is me, and the other is, of course, my IT person in charge of this, and any other person who may get authorization to get this information.
Just wanted to let you know, double-check Croatia is part of the European.
Did you become recently, I think, when 4 countries entered?
No, in the beginning of October.
Okay, it was 4 countries. I think it was Cyprus, Croatia, Malta, and another one. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And last but not least, colleagues from Sorbonne Nouvelle University.
So the last presentation, the lunch is ready, but you can see some food images in the our slide too. Okay. So we are very pleased to be here with you, dear colleague, engaged colleague. So it's the last presentation with a little French accent. So, alors, this research was conducted last year with an academic team and a community of committed audiovisual professionals. So, with our colleague, my colleague Laurent Creton, our colleague Nathan Ben-Kemoun, José Alloy, and the collective EcoProd. It's an association of professionals of audiovisual in film industry, in French film industry. So, yes. Yes. Alors, our guidelines for in the spirit of YUFE CommUNIty. So for us, like you, I suppose, the university can be a safe place for community of committed people, and for, in our case, a safe place for communities of committed professionals to share their method of investigation, publicize their issues, to give rise to new research and new course opportunities. And it's the circularity of YUFE spirit. For a brief presentation of this research, just one slide. This research is a studies involving professionals from the French film industry on developing a legal framework of for an eco-production label. We are studying eco-production label, a legal standards of cinematographic production. And this research is about reflective practice about materiality on film production. Through interviews about experiments and initiatives carried out by committed professionals, we explore concrete action of analysis of budgetary data, carbon impact assessment, and the study also identifies effective organization methods, key facilitators, and barriers to ecological transition within the industry. So, Laurent, it's ça y est. Okay. Our methodological approach is investigate, experiment, and support. In a sector that is investigating its own professional culture, we provide an accompaniment process. It's a sociological inquiry about an ordinary inquiry in the sense of John Dewey, like public problems. Professionals question their own production practice in the context of ecological crisis and explore new organizational and economic models. So, some accounts of an eco-production to embody eco-responsibility in the film industry. It's accounts from a French film, Le Roman de Jim, selected in Cannes Festival. So, Laurent, you can, you can comment.
We were working on 45 production, and it takes time. It's about, I would say, 4 or 5 hours, which every team, but it was very interesting to share with them, and it was the opportunity to meet people, incredible people, and I want to introduce to you for this film, was presented in Cannes, last Cannes Festival, name is The Roman de Jim, and this guy is incredible, is Mathieu, it's Mathieu Thiel.
At the beginning, is an artist doing so many things, you know, and he is really a fantastic professional of a new job whose name is eco-manager or eco-referent. It means that you have to be on the set with actors, with technicians, and they say, we are here for the art, for the culture, the other for the techniques, and the producer says, well, my money, please take account my money, and he say, okay, I respect all of you, but if you want to respect us, and environment, and life, and nature, and earth, what are we going to do? And he said, of course, I have a dream, but I take into account, you know, this kind of stuff. And he was saying, it was my third experience, but it was very interesting to work on change management, because people are used to, they know their techniques, they know the way to work, they try to be the best, but you have to explain to them, well, I respect you, but perhaps you could change the way you work. And say, for example, it was in Jura, in France. It was a wonderful natural place. We don't use any car, any motors, only electricity, but sometimes only your legs, because it's better, or try to use a bicycle. And to have this kind of for example, a set, generally, people say, well, it's wonderful. I would drink Coca-Cola. I will, and some say, it seems a joke. I cannot support this kind of situation. But for example, to understand that when you are eating a meat with beef, it represents, in terms of consequences for environment, 4 meals with chicken, but 20 with vegetables. What do you choose? But it means, for example, we don't use paper or plastic or anything, but do you remember when we had this kind of, dishes? But you have to do it. But we share. And it's normal to do it. And what was interesting is that we must say it's a political issue. How is it possible to change the habits? And Mathieu Thiel said, well, one reason of my success was that the actor, whose name is Karim Leclou, is wonderful. He was with me. And he said, yes, I think you're right. Because, of course, we can say, produce a film. The important is what the spectators can see. But what I discovered, that the production is not the output. The production is also the way you do it. Do you respect people in terms of domination, in terms of gender, in terms of social relationship? But in terms, for example, we arrive in JICA. We are a cinematographic team. And we are like predators. We want to take you, to take your eyes, to take your wonderful landscape. And afterwards, so long, we will never see you. It means at the end, we don't respect you. And that's a huge difference. We want really to respect the others, nature, and ourselves. So, do you see? It will be, we don't buy the junk food we have everywhere, but we say producers who are really local producers, local community. We say, well, good potatoes, good vegetables, and we do it together, and really it's fun. So another point will be the externalities. Of course, pollution means negative externalities. But when you are doing something, even in university, could you have positive externalities? And that is a positive externality, which means perhaps associations or enterprise can develop a new way, the new way to work, and perhaps for the future to develop a new offers. So it's useful. And for example, no Coca-Cola, but locally you can find something wonderful to make your own beverage. But of course, we respect nature, but sometimes we can eat a little cheese and and bread. So we are preparing what's going on now. So you can choose what is on the table, you know. And especially soup, you know.
Oh, non, c'est
so
fondu.
Wonderful. But fondu. It can be soup
fondu.
and fondue.
Désolé.
You know fondue? Well, both. And
the debate, food debate.
But also the evolution,
energy,
of course.
Energy.
I must say I am very optimistic because one of the conclusions that it is possible to progress, and really progress. It represents perhaps less 50% of the bad emission for the environment. So it's possible. But what is this vehicle? I must tell you, it's materials, because not only the use of material, but production of it, but also, of course, when you have to use, to displace, how your movement. Bicycle is good, probably, walking is good, but using a plane is not good, using motors is not good. So the idea is to use not motors with carbon and oil, but using another way to work, and electricity, ideally, well-produced electricity, because if it is produced with carbon, it's not a good issue. So this kind of activity. So Laurence, it's up to you.
Yes. So by supporting the reflexivity of film professionals, unexpected answers were found to unasked question. And the eco-production is certainly a material issue, like Laurent told you, but it is also a question of affect and social power relationship, and raise, in finally, a big debate about creativity and ecological responsibility. So the social relation of eco-production reproduce the structural professional hierarchy in the film industry. This raises the question of the legitimacy of an eco-standard in terms of its status and its representation. In some cases, social relation in eco-production can be described strictly like social power relationships, and even conflict and gender stigmatization, like a young vegan eco-referent and called feminazi, Greta. So many interviews are focused on this gender stigmatization. And the big debate is from management, from eco-production management to storytelling, to imaginaries. So the challenge of eco-production in creative process raises several points for debate: editorial question, script writing, production phase, creative freedom versus eco-production, environmental review of scenario, and last question: when image as ecological aberrant, can they still be filmed? So it's from materiality, this research conduct to a big question about the storytelling and the role of imaginary in ecological transition. So c'est le last slide of. Non, je pense que c'est non. Ouais, c'est ça. Ouais. Ça c'est pour toi.
Yes, to conclude, perhaps one idea. We have to think the dialogic between independence and influence. Because Laurence and Laurent, who are academics, it's important for us to have, we say, a field and to meet people, not field, people, activities, projects, passions, and it was very interesting to work with them. But our question now would be, how is it possible to work well? Well, we succeed in terms of confidence between people, because at the beginning, a professional could say, well, academics perhaps are clever in their field, but they cannot understand and be useful for us. And they discover it's not the case. We are not the same, but we can work together. So they change in terms of our influence on them, but we change also because we learned a lot. Because we were working for so many days, so many months with them, and living what are the set of a production of a movie. And at the end, as academics, we have to publish. So for example, for us, it's just a question we have now this week, because at the end, we presented conference with many professionals. We must say they were very interested. It was wonderful, and it's motivating for us to have this kind of return. And we have published on their website our report, which represent 127 pages with so many information, etc. Interesting. But it was a report. And at the beginning of this week, we signed for an academic publication with Peter Lang. So we're happy to do it. So we could say it's easy. Next week it will be over. We take the report and we discover that it's not the case. We know everyone here to publish an article in a A+ review is something. Publish a research review report, another. And publish a book, academic book, is another. So it means that we feel we stay independent and we didn't have to face so many injunctions or the will of our partners to go such a way. You are independent. So we say a few elements were not in their favor, and we pointed some problems, and that is our role and our responsibility. Even though, when now we are preparing our new publication, an academic book, we discover that a few elements were not presented, first, and second, we are going to emphasize about some critical topics, and that probably we are going to develop a reflexive approach, but because a few months later we have learned and we are able to put on the public about a new perspective about our research. So it's interesting to say that we feel now we are academics, but the conclusion would be the first idea presented by Laurence. It's a safe place for everyone. Because in other places, when we see academics, even for an interview, what is he going to say? He's going to speak about his strategy and the possibility to influence your representation and influence reality. But in this area, it could be different, and that's, of course, a question of ability to have this kind of skills. We have a little knowledge, but we try to develop new skills. Thank you very much.
So So thank you. Yes, it's yes, today evening. It's so beautiful. So thank you, YUFE and Rika team.
Do you have any strength for questions?
No, please. Yes, you can. Okay.
Merci. But it was no. So I'm really interested by this. But essentially, it was a production team that agreed to have you on board and agreed to change their methods depending on what your colleague, who's the eco warrior manager, was suggesting, and they could agree or refuse certain things, but they would generally agree.
I have to explain to you that all the 44 productions have decided, were volunteers, to participate to get possibly a label, the label of EcoProd, which represent 80 elements and criteria. So, but what is interesting that we started a research last year, and last year in France, you have no obligation, legal obligation about it. So they thought it was clever to be able to anticipate and to go this way. But what is different for this year, from the 1st January, is that CNC, the Center for National Cinema and Audiovisual, said there is eco-conditionality for the ads.
That was my question. So it's not just a research and kind of its recommendations. It's actually top-down. The Audiovisual Council is kind of suggesting or pushing or giving extra money to those who agree, something like that.
Exactly that. Because, for example, if you are a producer or you want to make your movie, of course, the question is about money. And the money could be on the CNC, but perhaps TV companies. But TV companies have understood that if they finance your movie and the way you manage your production is not good, you have not proved that you respect environment, probably I will not finance you. So I think, but your question is really relevant and critical, because it means that our corpus is not representative of the totality of production in France, but representative a part of production which is really leading. I want to be at the top in terms, and it's interesting, and that our purpose, of course, we are with them in order to make all sector. But it's important because when we speak about Mathieu Thiel, it was a real fantastic success for this production. But the question would be, how do you manage to produce positive effects for the other production? Because as you know, some discourses, some conference can be so hard that it provokes, for me, it's actually a contradiction, and what would be backslash. Shut up with your ecology. I have to work. And that's the point. Very important.
So we took part of exploratory phase. And now it's legal, but last year it's an exploratory moment. So it's with volunteers to stabilize the standard, etc., etc. So it's
and what's working, what is not working, and why, and what are the levels, what are the contradictions, what are the impossibilities, how can we manage, and how can we convince the others? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
shall we wrap up? Everybody's had a lot of things to digest. So I'll just take a little bit of your time, but we thought it was important to just look back quickly on all the things, not all the things said, but a few ideas, a few words to share, to conclude. So that would be my first word, a word of thank you to all the Rijeka team. We all know that when things run smoothly, a lot of work has been invested, so thank you so much for everything. Yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you. No, but it's true, words matter, and we all know that. We invest a lot of energy choosing the right words, checking the words with all the levels that need to be checked. That takes time, but it matters because words are important. You could say they are like a manifestation of ideas, of choices. So we choose them carefully. And we've heard a lot of words. A very incomplete list of the words we perhaps could try to remember from the past few days: togetherness, transition, social contract, social innovation, impact, of course, openness, collaboration, synergy, fun, all important aspects, and many more. And the ideas that are being encompassed by those words we dedicate with care to documents of all kinds, they encompass ideas, and we have plenty of them. We see how current polycrisis can generate change drivers. We also see our academia's potential to reach out and to go outside and to listen and to collaborate. We see multiple ways to fight the danger of ignorance, of cynicism, and ways to be a responsible social neighbor. We have the potential to learn from unexpected answers to unasked questions, which was very nicely put earlier today. And the choice for these ideas has often been made. A lot of choices have been made. A lot of choices have been written down in documents. We've seen many documents pass on many slides today. So our alliance has made that choice as well. And I think we can be confident that the choices will be respected in the future. So let's go for it, because if we have the words, we have the ideas, we have the choices, there is need for action. And a lot of things are happening too. We had the opportunity of tasting lovely cherries, a few cherries. There is much more happening all over. And there are so many stories we can learn from, as we experienced today and yesterday. Even people close to us can learn from what we do. When we see people explain what's happening, it works better than when you read a web page or a document or a mail, because it's different. Personal contact is important. So perhaps looking to the future, Work Package 8 could, I don't know, have the idea of doing this more often, joining together in a live situation. So let's look into that. We have a text, a very good text, to be modest. The text is almost adopted, and it's a text on community engagement. What we see is already existing, what it should be, how it also touches upon other activities in the alliance. So as soon as it's adopted, well, that's not true because we are acting already upon it, but as soon as it's adopted, we can look into options to spread the word outside, talk. That's a word that's been mentioned. We should keep talking. Challenges are plenty, of course, in all dimensions. Sometimes we're pulled one way and the other at the same time. Do we communicate enough? Not enough. We should also learn and adapt. So easy on the emojis, which I find a pity, but okay, we learn. We should switch often enough from inside out thinking to outside in thinking. That was also a motto for these 2 days, and I think we do it, but not enough. So let's walk the talk. We have the words. Let's act upon them, and let's be positive. A lot of work is involved, but perhaps we can delegate some of it. Hello, lifelong learning work package. So a declaration is coming up. It's an officially adopted declaration is coming up because the declaration is there. And another task on our horizon is then to look forward to a framework which could encompass guidelines, tips, tricks, stories, which I think is a blessing because it enables us to really touch upon so many fields ranging from biobanks to cinema to children in poverty to refugees and migrants. So we have so much potential, and let's be a loud center of rationalism. We can do that. We can be a change driver, an ally easily found for partners, a socially responsible neighbor, and I think we can do that. We can give incentives to a lot of people we know, and a lot of people we get to know, and that's something that I'll keep in mind, but then again, I do not want to keep talking on my own. I think perhaps this is also the time to listen, because this is my interpretation of the things we did today and yesterday, the things we can go ahead with, but perhaps I'm missing out on something. So please, we have a very unique mix of people here. If there's anything, ideas we can take up in Work Package 8, I have a pen. I can write them down. We can share them. Are there words, buzzwords, apart from the ones I mentioned, we should keep in mind? Grab the floor. So yeah.
This is a statement inspired by Thomas. Thomas is my inspiration here. I want to be like Thomas when I retire. Thomas said that, Thomas complains, sorry. Thomas mostly complains, so I really want to be like Thomas. And Thomas, yes, that's right. That's why I want to be like you. So Thomas constructively complained that universities are too slow to provide innovations. I agree. I observe the same with the courts. When I observe them, how they react to the social changes. They are usually and surely perceived as breaks of social changes, but sometimes this is not for good. So I would love both the courts and the universities to be more engaged, so they can keep the pace. So I would like us to note down that this engagement and keeping the pace is allowing us or helping us keeping the pace with the society.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Anyone? Oh, sorry, okay. We won't stop here. If ideas come up afterwards, and I have to admit, I think that will be the case for me. There has been a lot of things to digest. I'll have to sleep over the weekend to come to full grasps of it, and then we meet up again, and then we continue the ideas and the ways ahead.
Yeah, sorry, surprise. No, but Magdalena and I have been actually discussing it, so maybe this is just a reminder for the Working Package 8 crew, because we've been trying, so hard to work on a YUFE friend, initiative, and then hearing Thomas and his whole presentation. So obviously they've been doing it for the past 13 years.
Yeah.
So maybe we can just remind ourselves to keep in touch with Bremen University, and maybe, this is another dimension of YUFE friends that can be actually set up at other YUFE universities. So Thomas, watch out, you might be actually traveling around a lot.
That's true, yeah. Okay.
A little proposal from an old guy concerning the the layout for this meeting. And it would be nice, we were talking about, to have 1 day more and a little sightseeing program.
Yeah.
And not this bam, 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 bam. And it was interesting, it was important, but for me it was a little bit too much.
Intense, yes. Yes, we were anticipating on the question going faster. Yeah. No, thank you so much. We conclude most of our emails in Work Package 8 with hugs. So let's do that, and then everybody have a nice trip, safe trip today or tomorrow. And to conclude with the most important word of all, thank you so much.